Hello all, how are you? Greetings from Hack the Box, as you can see again. This is Soti, aka Red Runner. I'm the community manager, and I'm very honored and happy that we have today here the second live stream tournament with the amazing IppSec that I'm honored to work with, and John Hammond, a humble and amazing content creator, a friend of IppSec, and 16 players that have said that they want to participate. They're extremely good hackers, and we have amazing prizes together for them today. Sneak is also on board. Guys, we are here to promise you a hacking esports events like there's no tomorrow. So take it all in. You will have a lot of fun. So, yeah.
Yep. Super happy to be here. Again with John Hammond. How are you going today, John?
I'm all right, IppSec. I'm excited. I'm having a ton of fun already, and we haven't even gotten started. So ready to get into it.
It's a bit of change of scenery I see at your place. Where
Yes,
you at?
yes. I'm very sorry. I know, folks. Hey, I'm out of my usual, I guess, recording space, desk, background. I'm over here in this dungeon. I'm in a hotel, so forgive me. I mentioned that I have a pretty sketchy setup. Like my camera's on top of an upside down trash can, and my microphone is in a glass. So
What is
we're
your
making it
light
work.
in the background? It looks like it's on like some weird fishing pole.
Yeah. I don't know if is that making the lighting worse or not.
No, it's pretty cool.
Okay. Well, you're a hacker. You hacked around your way into the stream.
Exactly.
As it seems. Yeah. And I like that you're locked in a dungeon. You're locked in a dungeon, so 2 streams. Do more streams, John. More. Want more content.
Content all the time.
Yeah. How's
Yeah.
it everything over there in LA right now?
Things are good. Things are good where I am. So
Yeah, everything's
Okay.
good by me. So what we have today is 16 one versus one hack the box battlegrounds tournaments. Each match will be 20 minutes, and it's single elimination. So we just keep going on and on. There should be hopefully 4 matches if I did my math correctly on how a bracket works. So yeah, what is the first match we're going to be streaming? Do we know?
I think after some votes and what I've seen from everything, they're very excited to see, I think, Enox and Sebas mostly. And maybe then we can drop to anything else that we feel like it or that is very hot. I will be also monitoring everything that is happening on Discord and drop everywhere there to tell you if you want to stream somewhere else. And I will speaking throughout the stream with our players over here and with you guys. And yeah, I think it's going to be an amazing match. Not only because we have some top players, we have top players of HTB because we did a whole survey that we asked if you are an X amount of rank and above, elite hacker, if I remember correctly, put your form here, sign up, and we randomly pick them. And yeah, so we have an amazing battle today with some of our best hackers that they play also a lot of times to the tournament. So I think it's very cool. And we have some prizes. Should I take a few minutes to speak about them before I drop?
Yeah.
totally.
Okay. So first of all, everyone gets prizes. That is the fun part. So everyone gets swag from the 9th till the 16th position. So everyone that eliminates at the first round, that we will have 8 matches of 16 people, 1 versus 1. All those people will get X amount of swag card. And then we go to the next quarterfinals that we will have the 8 matches. So everyone will get $100 Amazon gift card and of course, and £50 HTB swag card. Yes. So they were actually saying yesterday, as I was saying in the Discord, what are they going to buy or how much does it take for shipping? Someone wanted kebab. Whatever you can buy from Amazon, it's always amazing. And yes, that is for the 8 people, that it will be 1 versus 2. So we will have 4 battles and again 20 minutes, 1 new machine. And semifinals, we will have 1 versus 1 and 1 versus 1. Those people will get £100 HTB swag card and of course a $200 Amazon gift card. And the grand prize for the finals is The first one will get 2,000.
Hello all, how are you? Greetings from
2,000
Hack the
UK
Box,
pounds,
as you can see again.
cash. This is
We'll get
an HTTP swag card of $100. We'll get an interview with Sneak. We'll get swag by Sneak. And of course, the second one does get also 1,000 UK pounds in cash and HTB swag card and 100 HTB swag card. So yes, this is what we have planned. I think it's exciting, right?
Yeah, that's a huge prize pool.
It is.
You want to start sending out the invites so we can start the game? Or
Yes, I'm going to send them, and maybe I think you will remove me now from the stream.
Yep, it's just now me and John. So if you want to mute your mic, then you can pop in whenever you need something when we say something wrong or anything like that. But yeah, this is going to be a super fun event. Both me and John have not seen anything. So this is going to be completely blind to us. Expect us to make our normal mistakes when saying things, and it is on a 5-minute delay to prevent any type of cheating. Each match is 20 minutes, so I guess people can listen to the stream, but if you've ever tried a CTF, like at a conference, there's nothing worse than like backseat hackers, and a 5-minute delay is just going to make that so confusing, I think.
It's also extremely like disorienting when you're hearing other voices in your head and you're trying to focus. It's super hard to end up doing it, but I'm super excited. But as IppSec said, we're kind of going in with cold feet and we're completely blind to this just as well. So I'm feeling the same anxiety that the players are. We're still nervous ourselves, but we're super excited.
Yeah, and this event's going to be pretty cool. If you watch the last event, we made some changes to the stream. Hopefully it works out. We should have the scores live at the top and a countdown of each match. But setting that up is going to be a bit manual process, so once we hop in the game, it may be a second for you to see all those countdowns, but should make it much more easier to tell exactly what's going on.
That's awesome.
And John has to go with a handicap because he can't see the stream because we're on the delay.
Like, I can't tell, hey, how you're reacting. I can't even see you.
Yeah.
Totally blind here. Having fun, though.
Even if we streamed a cam, you're on like limited displays, so it'd be hard for you to see anyways on your laptop.
Yeah.
What type of laptop do you use when you stream remotely?
So I have a Dell XPS 15. That's kind of been my personal laptop for the longest time. When I'm at home, I've got a desktop rig that I really love at this point. But I'm also using just a simple like ThinkPad Carbon. It's one of the X1s. Do you have any of those machines? Or I think this X1 is hilarious. It's like basically a cup holder for me.
I don't. I just have a PC. I forget exactly where I got it. I want to do a custom build, but graphics card was so hard to get when I got it. So I was like, I'll pay the extra few $100s because I just want a decent graphics card. Nothing's worse than like buying and be like, I'm still going to just use one of my old 1080s, even though I don't do much gaming. So it probably would have been fine, but it was old.
Yeah, I went for a custom build for the desktop rig, and it was a ton of fun because I'd never honestly done it. I probably lose some nerd credibility, but I hadn't put together a PC before. But hey, wanted to go all in, got the Threadripper, and I genuinely don't even know at this point what else is in it. But hey, tons of hard drive space, tons of RAM, and it's good enough.
How many cores is that Threadripper?
So I want to say it's like a 48 when it's hyper threaded, whatever that means.
I'm just like picturing your task manager's thing showing all the CPU cores, and it's like, oh, at this point, you can't even tell there's a graph because it's so many different tiles. So what else you been up to? You doing anything outside of computers? Do you take breaks ever? I mean, you're in Vegas.
Yes. No, totally. Yeah. So we were hanging out with a couple new dogs at the house. You got your own puppy too, right? So
yeah. She is
good to disconnect, get away
8 months
from the keyboard. Excellent. 8 months. Wow.
Except unlike you, I don't know how you did it, but she has squeaky toys here.
Well, so you're in for the squeaky toys? Like now you can never go back to without it?
Yeah.
My heart goes out to you. We are absolutely avoiding squeaky toys. My mother likes to send them in the mail, and we just throw them out as quick as we can. Like, no. How about yourself? What else is on in your world, my friend?
Not much. Things have started loosening up here. We're finally starting to venture out in the world, so hopefully we can hang out soon. I think you live close to me, so that's fun.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I moved at the start of the year, but I'm still like in the process of moving. It seems like it never ends. So
that I totally understand. Absolutely.
Let's see.
Checking in. How much time until go time?
It looks like the
We have
matches are
started.
starting.
We can
All right.
start showcasing, of course.
Yeah. And who are we showing first? Was it Enox?
Enox and Shabazz, yeah. Let's dive
Okay.
in.
Yep.
They were memeing a little bit beforehand. I saw Enox throw in some cheesy memes of us hyping up the game, having a good time.
Let's see. Setting up their screen. There we go. So all we can see right now, I'm going to transition briefly to this. And the player names, again, will probably be wrong, but we can see the game is starting up. So it should just be another like 2 to 3 minutes until we hop in. And now I got to try to figure out how to get Enox up on stream. Let's see.
I'm taking a look, and it's interesting to get an idea for, hey, what sort of setup are folks rocking? Who's immediately in a Kali Linux VM? Who's in an Arch VM? Who's what they might end up liking? Their distro of choice to hack. I see them typing, hey, please watch someone else. We're nervous.
I just got it. So all I need to know is like the Battlegrounds match ID. And I was like trying to guess it brute force, going through that like idle vulnerability of just go up one, up one, up one until I find the right game. And I was like, wait a second. I'm watching his stream. I can just go type in the ID that's on his URL. So it should now be all fixed.
Excellent.
Sometimes always easier than you're making it out to be at first. There's definitely benefit of just like going back and making it simple. It's one of my favorite things to do whenever doing a CTF.
That is totally necessary, especially when you're kind of in the weeds, especially when you're getting confused. It's good to just kind of take a step back and look at the big picture again.
Let's see. So now again, we are still... Wait, I think the match maybe started? No, not yet. It's configuring the network right now. So another, hopefully, just 1 minute. And I'm waiting here. The only downside is my countdown is not dynamic. That's the one piece of code I did not get to. So I just got to like watch this like a hawk till the game starts and then just hit and go so the time is kind of synced.
All right.
You'd think that would be the easiest part, is like setting up a countdown in OBS. It's like, no,
Yeah.
I can go scrape this, put the player's name, get the points, do all that stuff every second. But the countdown, that was the tough part.
I've seen like, because everyone has to Google, you have to look up a tutorial for like, hey, how to set up a countdown and have like a cool, like Twitch looking setup. And some folks like will read out of a text file that they might update or some crazy shenanigans I've seen. But it takes a lot of setup. It's not fun to play with.
Yeah, and we have the game going on now. So let's see what's going. We're looking at Chibuzz's screen, or Chebuzz. I don't know exactly how to pronounce that. That's going to be a recurring theme here, is we never know how to pronounce these players' names. You think that we would prepare eventually and just be like, you know what? We're going to go look up the names beforehand, but for some reason that's never the case. So we have a website. It is Mega Hosting. He has 2 ports listing, it looks like, port 80 and port 8000. On port 8000, there was a blog, it looked like. Did you catch that, John?
I did. It looked like a separate whole service. I don't know if they might end up being, hey, 2 different attack services you might be able to take advantage of, but
yeah, so he is running some type of recon tool. I think he got a shell on the box, if I'm not mistaken. I saw like Etsy pseudoers. So yeah, he's already root on panel. Oh, he's hardening his box. That's right. This is Battlegrounds.
I think this is his own machine, correct?
Yes.
So he's taking a look at the services, taking a look at what applications he has running, and then just trying to get a quick look at the source code, trying to see, hey, are there any immediately glaring vulnerabilities that we could go ahead and patch right away? As you mentioned, hey, we're already jumping into some of that PHP, already in the HTML directory for the application.
Yeah, so at first he just did like a quick script to find out what ports were listening, went and viewed them in his web browser, and now he's poking at the machine to identify where those applications are. And if it's like PHP, he's probably going to go in the php.ini and do some light herning there, like blacklisting the function system, because most PHP applications that are not coded by me or John probably don't utilize system.
Absolutely.
And that does like slow a lot of people down. We saw last tournament just doing that light herning, not making it impenetrable, but just making it annoying, was enough to slow people from exploiting. And a lot of people did not even capture a single flag when that was done. And I think that's like a recurring theme of one of the things I don't like when like meeting with various red teams is they always have this mentality of I can bypass that. And it's not just about like, I'm not going to do this defense because it can easily be bypassed by disabling AMSI or AMSI, the anti-malware scanning interface. Like, you forcing them to do that is good because it leaves some type of forensics behind. Also, their first attack probably doesn't work, so you get an alert, and now you have some time to respond to that alert before they just instantly go and get root.
Absolutely. I think every single like roadblock you could put in the way, every single hurdle, no matter how small or how big, like it's still something that will make a red teamer, a pen tester, an actual threat actor work even harder. And it's that layered security. So doing this in Hack the Box Battlegrounds, going through and putting those steps in place, that's going to help out.
Yeah, so let's go take a look at what Enox is doing. So switching over to Enox's screen, it looks like he is already on the attack. So he had some type of web shell here, and he is catting a flag. So we're going to see him submit this flag potentially, unless he's just like hurting his box still and testing is vulnerable. But no, he looks like he's attacking. So this is a web upload form, and I think he's literally just changing it to be from a image to PHP. He's writing a PHP web shell to file get contents. And the chances are he's doing that because some function was blacklisted, right? So instead of going into system, he's using the native PHP function file get contents because that's a much harder one to stop. And
I did see that. Oh,
still does not work. So it looks like maybe the web server is not executing code.
Yeah, that PHP code was returned right back out to him, so it looked like it didn't evaluate it. But he is moving quick. He is flying in and out of burp, so he looks like he is he's raring to grow here. So.
Yep. So now he's creating a copy dir. So now I think he's trying to copy Etsy into his uploads, and he gets
and
access to denied. So this may be another PHP hurting thing. I'm not exactly sure, but you can like chroot your web application so it can't go up a few directories.
Now, he was interacting with that port 8000. Is that right? That was the CMS.
Yes.
Okay.
So the first thing I look at when I see CMSs is try to find out what version it is. This is WPanel CMS, which is not WordPress, but it still probably has a version. If it has a version, it can be out of date. It'd have some type of like RCE.
What's your plan on that? Do
you
typically go through the GitHub, look through the changelog, or...
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is lorem ipsum or something there, and that's funny enough. The admin portal of the CMS has a copyright of 2021, but the index did not. So 2 different years for the copyright, which is a bit odd. That shows like the admin panel is probably on some dynamic thing for the copyright, and the homepage is not dynamic. So chances are this version is somewhere between the year 2020. So it's definitely out of date. And it looks like he's just trying basic passwords. I'm guessing that one was admin.
Yep,
it looked like 5
nice
characters.
Right through the door.
So the first thing I generally do when going into these CMSs is try to find a way to edit the template, because if you can edit the templates, that's where you can normally edit the PHP code. And that's assuming this is PHP, but I saw index.php/admin. So it definitely looks like it is.
I'm pretty excited now that he's in that admin panel because I can see, hey, we've got the developer section. We might be able to do something here. And it looks like he already has that exploit loaded up from ExploitDB. Maybe there is something worthwhile here.
Yeah, and I did notice that Enox does have 100 points. So he did submit a flag somewhere. So maybe one of those file get contents or something did work. We just didn't see it. Maybe he got it before the server was hardened. So there's always some benefit in not doing a perfect job hardening and going to attack quickly and hope you beat your opponent to whatever hardening is being done.
Now, when you work, I guess both on a team, whether you're doing a Net Wars tournament or whatever the case may be, or if you're working as an individual, which do you personally go after first? Do you go right on the offense?
I think your
Take a
audio
step
dropped.
to you divvy it out to the team?
So generally speaking, when I'm going solo, I don't go straight to the offense. I want to do as much recon as possible because I never know if like I'm doing this brute force on this web app, but they have it hooked up to Active Directory. And if they do that, me just doing like this quick attack password spray type thing, I risk locking out accounts, and that's never good on an engagement. So always spend up as much time doing recon as possible. And then I try to draft report findings in Ghostwriter and then divvy it out to a team. And the reason why I draft kind of like the findings before I actually hand it out is so we can go back to the customer before we run test and get some approvals. So like if we're doing a password spray against like Active Directory, I'll start writing out the findings saying, hey, we did this password spray 3 passwords per hour because of this timeout thing that we suspect, and then send it there, get approval. That way, if we do lock out account, we'll be like, well, we did tell you we were going to do this.
Communication is key, right?
So we do have Enox going with a exploit from this, and he is using Python 2 for the exploit, and I always have trouble now. It's kind of reversed from like 2 years ago, right? Like 2 years ago, whenever there was a Python 3 exploit, I just struggled because Python 3 wasn't set up properly, and now Python 2 isn't set up properly in my VM. So anytime I have to go to one of those exploits, it's not fun.
I've seen some really cool tools, and I'm upset that I'm not thinking about, I'm not remembering the name. Obviously, having a virtual environment is a great help. Poetry is great for being able to set up enough Python repositories and dependencies. I've seen some folks, optional might have been one that would switch back and forth between, hey, we're going to use Python 2 globally, or we're going to use Python 3, whatever version number you're wanting. And that seemed to help with the sanity. But you're absolutely right. It's sometimes you're deconflicting between, hey, Python 2 and Python 3 and whatever exploit you want to use.
So is he using both? I think he converted it to be Python 3.
I think so too.
And he probably just ran like 2 to 3. I'm not sure, I didn't catch what he was exactly doing, but if he just ran 2 to 3, it would do things like change the print statement to be correct.
Well, he's getting something uploaded with the galleries here. So it looks like it's halfway. I don't know if it's fully accomplishing, hey, getting a shell or anything that he'd like, but
yeah, and the game is currently tied. So G-Buzz also has 100 points. Both players are. And I think he spent more time herning. So I'm going to be curious if he pulls ahead of Enox here, because his services may have that like PHP config. And on this box, it looks like both like web apps were PHP. So just doing that one PHP anything would fix both, which would have been nice.
Definitely.
So it looks like this was that a PHP deserialization chain for this?
I was thinking that same thing. I saw a class set up. I saw a shell thing that it was trying to use. I wasn't sure if it was doing deserialization, but
so I'm guessing what he was doing was using one of those tools that tries to bypass blacklisted functions. So like setting up some type of code and then calling mail. And mail now goes around the system thing. I forget exactly how that PHP gadget works, but that is my assumption at what he was doing. And now he's just like, okay, let's go back to the basics. It's not always about the shell. I can't get the root flag, but I can still get this flag in opt if I can just execute PHP and do this file get contents. So this will all be if the box was hardened. Like one of the hardening for this would be on this image upload, change it from an include to be a file get contents on the back end so it can't execute code. And that may be what is happening here.
That will certainly put them in a bind if they can't get that code execution.
And we have G-Buzz pulling ahead. So let's switch over to his stream and see exactly what he's doing if he has a shell or anything on Enox's box. So slow and steady wins the race. We saw Enox get the first flag, but that's just because G-Buzz was hurting it, and he prevented Enox from getting the flag multiple times. And maybe G-Buzz did not get a shell, but I think every 5 minutes the flags rotate on this box. So Enox wasn't able to submit it again.
Ah,
where Chibuz did, and we just saw him extract a SSH key. So he's about to get into Enox's box as Kim.
oh, looks like he's got to clean up some of those extra new lines.
Yep, let's see if he CH mod 600 first. Oh,
All
there
right,
he goes.
he's on it. He knows. See, I would have just ran right into that wall.
And is he in? Did Enox blacklist this user? No, he did not. So now he's
right.
in as Kim. He's just doing a quick sudo. He sees we can run CMP with wild card. Let's switch this to full screen. And he's getting one flag. Let's see if he submits it. I think he's already submitted for this round, so he probably isn't submitting that. The one thing I would normally do is set up some type of background task to just send me the flag every like 2 minutes. That way, if Enox realizes, kicks me out, my little persistence may live and give me the flag when it changes.
Would you typically set that up with like, hey, just get a simple netcat socket going, just funnel it back home? Is that normally what you roll with there?
No, I would probably do netcat with UDP.
Okay.
Because it's going to keep the socket alive less time. So if you look in like netstat, you won't see that connection.
That is genius. That's awesome. Very cool.
It's like one of my favorite things about like ICMP shells and Sysmon. Like ICMP never establishes a TCP connection. So if someone's watching for an alert based upon TCP connection, ICMP shells fly under that radar because again, they never set it up. It's just two one-way streams.
Awesome.
So let's see what he is doing. I'm surprised he hasn't gone to like lol bins and looked for something.
Right. Yeah, that Privesk would have been an immediate knee-jerk reaction for me. I knew a couple of them were with TAC version, so maybe that limits the attack surface a bit. But that wild card in there gives me a little bit of hope.
Yeah,
Looks
I
like
think that was
he's pillaging the
CMP though.
database.
So CMP is probably compare. So you could probably
you're right.
compare it against something and potentially, oh, maybe he just got root and we missed it. I thought he switched to his box, but no, he was on their box. So he did something. I think he did something with find, maybe I saw. It's always tough to read screens and talk at the same time.
No, absolutely.
So now what is he doing? He's doing something in MySQL. I'm curious if this is on Enox's box or his own box.
Yeah, I wish I had a little bit more visual cue whether this is or not. I see root at panel, but again, that could very well be his own.
Yeah, he may be. I think he's looking for shells now. I think he's on his own box looking for shells. Because he did a PS tree.
Yeah, that PS tree makes me think the same.
Wait.
Hey, is there any activity that we aren't wanting here? Looking for listening ports with Netcat?
Yep, this is where my UDP thing comes in handy. And I think NetSat won't even show you UDP by default. I think you have to add that U flag to also show UDP.
I agree. I really don't think it will. That's such a great technique. Everyone listening in, hey, you got some new tradecraft.
So I think now he is just waiting. I'm going to hop over to Enox's screen to see exactly what Enox is doing, but it looks like Gbuzz is like, you know what? Oh, wait, they're both at 300 points. So Enox did submit things. So I don't know exactly what happens if we end up with a tie. I think it's whoever submitted the points first wins.
I think that's the usual for, hey, whatever captured the flag or competition war game, but both of these guys are absolutely in it, and they're running, and we're off to the races. So this is great to see.
Yep, so now the stream is looking over at Enox's. That looks like it is going to be maybe Chank Row. I think that's the PHP application to bypass all these blacklisted functions. And it's pretty cool that Enox can do this within the time limit of 20 minutes.
Absolutely. I see him using some command injection, it looked like, or command substitution part of there with the $sign in parentheses. Looks like maybe that's how we're getting remote code execution.
So, yep, you can see him right there. He's setting up something. So he was getting flags back in the HTTP response so he can keep submitting them. And Enox has pulled into the lead.
Excellent.
But it wouldn't surprise me to see Gbuzz submit those flags as well. So there he goes. So both players now submitted 400, 400. We got 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in this match. So looks like Enox is doing some type of curl script to just get user persistence on this box. And we see all those PHP files he has uploaded. So at this point, it is probably whoever kicks each other off first. Both players have 500 points, and it looks like Enox is more going like digging in, I'm going to get persistence, where we looked at Chibuz, and he was more under the like, let's do a PSG, let's look at netstat, let's kill these things. So I'm going to hop over back to his stream, and we're going to see what he's doing. He's got login tracer looking now, so this looks like it was one of the Privesks. And he's going to kill this, but again, can he get Enox off this box in 2 minutes?
Enox is really pushing hard on that persistence. I think he's got his hooks and claws in there.
So he's looking at container D. I don't know exactly what this piece is for.
I'm not quite sure either. Are they worried about container D is typically in the Docker realm, right? Or is that's run C, I suppose?
I think container D would be in the Docker realm too. I think it's like well, not Docker. I think it's LXC.
That's it. Yeah, LXC.
So that normally comes installed by default, which is somewhat annoying because it always adds the like first user if you're installing with VMware to that group, which is a Privesk.
Yeah, right away over Privesk.
But now he's looking again at this tree, probably trying to find out what the shell is. And I see that like PHP, curl, bash, PHP, Python, bash, like that's a nasty call tree right there. So that is probably going to be the shell from Enox.
Especially with the bash tac I dev TCP, and you got your import PTY in the Python. So that certainly looks, hey, like the offender here.
Yeah, one of my favorite things to do on a box is go in my Python libraries and remake the PTY library to just like echo nope. So whenever someone tries that trick, it's just like, no, you can't.
I think you and I have memed back and forth on that because PwnCat and some of our own tooling tries to do that same thing, like, hey, let's rapidly stabilize the shell, but no, we'll lock that down.
So it looks like he may be editing the sudoers file to try to lock down the entry on something. That red does not come through well. But I think that was the compare binary. Yeah. So he's locking down compare. Probably wants to get rid of that wild code, find what is using it, and like put a path there. So now he's using this, testing for path traversal. And he's going to put Kim's password in and see if compare will work. He's got to add dash version. Does not. Oh, wait. I think Enox changed compare or something.
Right. So compare could potentially show the contents of that file. When he included tac version, that means he didn't have to supply the password because he doesn't readily know Kim's password. Yeah. But it looks like compare doesn't have the default functionality, and it's a draw.
It is a draw. So I think, I don't know. I think we'll have to go to see who submitted the flags first. I think that's how it's done. Leave it to be the very first match that something comes up and we're like, oh, this normally doesn't happen.
Well, hey, we can certainly check in with the officials, with the referees, and I'm curious how all the other games went. Do we have anyone that was hard charging, leading ahead?
Not sure. I did not have visibility on the other games, but I can probably scan them real quick to see if they're still going on. Let's see. It looks like there may be 3 minutes left in a game. Is that ours? I think ours 101 and Geo has like 3 minutes left. I'm going to hop over there and see what's going on. So the timer on this will probably be, I can probably fix that real quick. Let's see. 2 minutes. Scripts. So it looks like I am watching ARZ101's stream, and he is trying that same file upload.
So they might not have initial access just yet.
Yep, and it's 300 to 400 here.
Oh,
So it is
close game.
another close game. I wonder how many of these are going to be in draws. That could be
Neck and neck. That will be a rough situation to say, hey, we got draws all across the board.
So I saw LXML, which is libxml. So that may be some type of XML entity injection vulnerable here. I don't know what this logon tracer program is.
I don't know either, but I saw the other one that had mentioned this just as well.
So let's see, what is he doing? So this probably is some type of XML entity injection looking at the code saying that LXML. Generally in these Battlegrounds, once you see like that small snippet, it's like, oh, we know exactly what this is because no one would code this XML feature and not make it vulnerable in a CTF.
Yeah, and especially in a like fast pace, you got a 20-minute game, you kind of need the tip or just a quick clue to put you in the right direction.
Yeah, it could also be potentially a hard-coded password. We see him looking at Neo4j, which is like a graphical database. I think it uses GraphQL. I don't know exactly.
Neo4j is, I know, one awesome thing for bloodhounds.
Yeah, that's my like experience with Neo4j is like trying to badly make chains of my own that's not the default bloodhound because they made so many good default chains in that tool.
Exactly.
Let's go into /log, nothing happens. The points are 300 to 500. We have about 50 seconds left in the game.
Getting down to crunch time. Now, you tend to see external entities all that often?
No, I do not really. It really kind of depends on, I guess, the company because a lot of places just don't like XML. Like I'm on that boat as well.
Yeah.
It's a lot of
I totally am.
older applications because a lot of things nowadays just switch over to JSON, right? Like you got Node.js that a lot of people like. That's the new hype of building web apps. So he's still playing with this IP thing. I'm not exactly sure what he's doing in Login Tracer, but we have 10 seconds left, and it looks like Geo is going to be taking this one.
Well, hey,
So,
GG.
Yep. Good game. We have 3, 2, 1.
Let's. Well, hey, that would wrap up the first round for almost all the players. Is that right?
Yeah, I think all the players now are wrapped up. So I'm going to hit the break screen, and we'll probably be back in like 5 minutes.
Excellent.
IppSec, they say you're muted.
Yeah, you'll find out in 5 minutes.
Was that both of us or just you?
Both of us.
Excellent.
Oh, man. That's embarrassing.
Oh, good. Is audio back on now?
Yes, audio is back on.
Well, hello, everyone, for tuning back in. Your ears have finally awoken. Everyone is now conscious. I'm getting Discord messages like, hey, John, your stream's muted.
Yeah. I think I noticed it pretty quickly. It's just we have a 5-minute delay.
5-minute delay. Well, I am very flattered by how immediate many people were letting us know.
Yeah. The funny thing is, though, we get notified immediately. We notice immediately, but now we just see this for like the next 5 minutes. And we can't really easily communicate with them, hey, we're on it, we fixed it. But, yeah. Someone's asking, like, how am I replying? Because you're watching the past.
Yes.
Or I'm from the future. I don't know which one is which.
Are you logged into Twitch?
Yes, I am logged
okay.
into Twitch.
I don't know if you're able to just send a message in the chat.
Yeah, I have been. Lip reading contest. Ugh.
All right. I am going to walk away for a single moment to grab another charger for the second laptop. So please forgive me. I don't know if my face just shows up if I turn off my camera. Is that totally cool?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Take like 3 seconds.
I can hop in if you want me.
We can... Yeah, we can change this. There we go. Now you're on.
Hello all. Can you hear me, guys?
Yep, I can hear you just fine. Hopefully the chat can.
Yes, hopefully the chat can. I think we will be informed. So just right now, because we have a tie to 3 matches actually, never happened again. But this is what happens to hack the box. Yes, we will be able to tell you which player won each battle. And then we will send you a screenshot in order to see it, guys, how the brackets are showcasing, are progressing. And yeah, so this is what we're working right now to see from the guys who submitted the flags first, etc. We are looking at the logs and we will have the final players.
Nice. Yeah. So I guess it's just back to me and John now.
Yeah,
we already like said all the secrets of the universe like 7 minutes ago. So unfortunately, we can't share those secrets with you all again.
Hush, hush.
And someone in the chat is asking why we do a 5-minute delay. The delay is to prevent cheating. So if we go watch a stream, people can't just watch us and then see exactly what's going on. It's kind of unfair, especially in 1 versus 1. If it's me and John hacking and then mine stream is the one being shown, like I'm at a huge disadvantage, right?
You play the old FPS shooters, you know?
Yeah.
In a 2-player, you got your buddy right beside you and you're watching their screen to know where they are on the map. We would always joke about that. Hey, you're screen cheating.
Yes. The big one for us was Mario Kart.
Nice. Oh, that's awesome.
Playing the battles with the balloons.
Excellent.
And then also the camping.
Well, hey, we'll have to do that when we get to hang out. We'll have to do some Mario Kart, I guess.
Have you played Mario Kart recently? Like the new ones? Do you still play the old one?
Not in a long time, to be honest. I personally, like me as John, never got into Mario Kart. I would play it if my friends wanted to and they were super interested in it. But I am a big nerd for like Super Smash Brothers. Oh. I have too much fun with that game.
I remember my first experience with online gaming was before like the internet was big.
Yeah.
It was a Game Informer. I want to say it was Game Informer, but they streamed it over TVs using your phone as a controller.
Wow.
It was one of like the earliest hacks I've ever seen.
Cool.
But yeah, you had to play Mario Kart on like your phone, and it really sucked because you can't really do 2 tones at the same time. So it was like Mario Kart with 1 button at a time on like ghost trails.
Nice.
Hey, I think we got sound back in the chat now. Oh, nope. Someone said muted still. Sound should be there.
There's so many good fun jokes of, hey, sound injection. It's back. It's back.
Working. There we go. So, if you are now hearing us talk about this, this is the delay going in. So, this is the point we found you had sound.
We're doing time travel together, everybody. They thought we couldn't do it as a society, but mankind, we pulled it together.
Yep. So now that we have confirmed we have sound, let's get the 5-minute intros on how you got into, or not 5 minutes, 5 minutes is a long time, 15, 30-second elevator speech, how you got interested in cybersecurity.
Oh, okay. So for me, I went to college, university, and they cared much more about the security of applications because I was super interested as a kid. Hey, do you want to be a hacker? Do you want to make video games? All the cheesy fun stuff. So I try and make things and I create some bad software just to learn. But they were like, hey, is it secure? So I introduced to Capture the Flag when I got invited to a cyber stakes event, and it was incredibly cool because I was hosted by For All Secure and some of the Plaid Parliament opponent guys. So I remember I was at a dinner table with Tyler Nicewander. Crazy cool to meet him, and I had no idea who the person was at the time. But he told us we were kind of the underdogs. We didn't know what we were doing. We didn't even know what ObgDump was. And he said no, you got to play on ctftime.org. You got to try out Over the Wire or Smash the Stack or lots of war games to just get better and sharpen our skills. And that just opened the floodgates. It was a ton of fun, and I'm, I guess, sticking with it.
Yeah, and oh my God. So I started talking, and then Discord told me I was muted. I was like, wait, no, I want to be muted in Discord. So for me, I didn't really do the college thing. I started out learning through osmosis from my brother, who's 7 years older than me. Wasn't really all about security. I didn't start in security. I started as a sysadmin developer, but I got that job through just random things on PS Code, which is before GitHub. My teacher had found my repository, shared it with professors, and then no, he didn't. He shared it with recruiters, and then one of the recruiters got it because my teacher was also a college teacher from high school. So a lot of recruiters go to colleges to recruit. So he gave them my resume despite me being in high school, and I got a job through there as a sysadmin. And then I decided before then, man, I really suck. I had this much better when I was muted. But in high school, I ran a blog called Tutorial Ninjas where we just did 3 postings a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, because we liked XKCD. And that just forced us to keep learning new things. It wasn't all about hacks back then. It was just random things we did, like how to skin WordPress, how to skin vBulletin, because that was big back then, or forget the PHP web form, but just random tech things, not always tech. We did one on how to make ramen noodles and did things like adding eggs to it, things like that. And nice. It was really cool because eventually we got featured on Attack of the Show. Of course, it wasn't really for the tech things. It was for the joke post about how to mod Stepmania, which is the open source DDR equivalent. But just doing that in high school for so long, forcing myself to put out content or write blog posts 3 days a week, just challenging myself to always keep learning is probably what helped me the most, I would say. And that kind of translated into my videos for Hack the Box because I have to do machines every week. If I don't, then I don't put out a video. And most of the time when I put out these videos, I am learning something. So I would say myself now, after doing it for 4 years, I know so much more than I did 4 years ago just because I've been doing CTFs now for hours on every week.
Totally. I've always been jealous because you put it in such a good way at one point when you said hey, doing the Hack the Box video every week and holding yourself to Saturday I'm going to drop something. We're going to have the new content out. But like you said, it's like going to the gym because you've got that consistency. You've got that routine, and I see the chatter and the conversation you might have with HexDF trying to work through some new vulnerability or exploit. I'm like, man, that's super cool. I wish I had time in my life.
Yeah, you've been busy, haven't you? You're in Vegas now.
Yeah. So, I mean, I still have like a full-time thing, and it's a lot of fun. It's great, but it's such a balance of the other stuff that you want to do, because I like to host Capture the Flag events as well. I want to play Capture the Flag events. I still want to try for certifications and study and learn and better myself. I still want to create content, and still I got to do my job. Still should probably be a person that is okay to live with. I should shower and eat during the day, you know?
Yeah. You were one of the first to get like the trifecta of OSCP certs, was it? Or what was that?
Yeah. So the offensive security put together their OSCE3,
Yeah.
which is this Halo certification between the offensive security experienced penetration tester, OSEP, and that's much more Active Directory, Windows exploitation, antivirus, cool fun stuff. OSED, which is exploit development, so a little bit more like buffer overflows, exploitation, memory corruption stuff, and then OSWE for their web exploitation one. So I guess I got those.
Yeah. How'd you find the time to do them all? Like, what was your like tip to like study and learn things as you're doing a full-time job? Like,
I have a little bit of monomania and like a certain obsession when I can pour time in. So my girlfriend I live with, she would hate me, but I would like, no, OSEP just came out and I want to speed run it. I want to work hard. I'm going to stay up to like 2 o'clock, 3 a.m. and just burn through the videos, take notes, and walk through the course and learn as much as I can. And that is fun. It's great, but it also super burns you out. So it's a little bit of a balancing act. My mentality with training and studying is a little bit of like a cannonball. Just dive in, and I think I enjoy that. I do well with it. It maybe it doesn't fit everyone, but hey, it helps if you. Hey, I got these certifications on my resume. If anyone's interested.
so like 9 to 5, you were working at Huntress, then like 5:30 to 8, you were probably doing YouTube stuff, and then like 9 to 2 in the morning, you were just studying.
I would try. That's the hope. I don't know.
That's a special relationship you have to still be in one after that. Oh man. Just last week I was in Paranoid Ninjas training, and I signed up for it before looking at like the time zone conversion, because he's over in Mumbai. And I saw like the training started at like 12 p.m. I'm like, you know what? 12 p.m. is generally like a universally good time zone, right?
Yeah.
Like if it's over in wherever, I should be fine. And then like a week before training, I was like, oh, this is 2 a.m. Actually 2:30, because that's one of like the weird time zones where it's not even hours. So I spent a lot of time Googling, like, I'm going from 12 p.m. to Eastern, and I'm getting from 12 to 2:30. I'm not used to seeing half hours on my time thing. I was like, oh God. And I was like, oh, maybe it's 2:30 p.m. No, a.m.
I have occasional conversations with a lot of good friends, because a lot of them are very adamant that time zones are stupid. They're like the worst thing. They're awful. We should just abolish time zones. And I was like, how are you going to do that? Because then it's going to be like some people would live in an 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. day job or work. But like if you're working outside, you kind of need sunlight.
Yeah, I mean, we could abolish time zones. It'll just be confusing for a little bit, because we just say, hey, everyone, use UTC.
Yeah.
But it's too hard to do. It's like us in the US switching over to the metric system. In theory, It should be easy. We could just start using it. But it requires everyone to start using it.
Mm-hmm.
So, still waiting on the games, I believe.
Okay. I was going to ask how we looking, but
Let's see.
So we had some players having 0 flags submitted, so this will go for a rematch. And for the rest, we're looking at the logs, and we'll get back to you in a few.
Do we want to launch one game Roadrunner? Like someone that's replaying? Or
Yes, we will not. Yes, but let's have everything first finalized, and then we will watch that rematch.
okay. So it looks like we get an extra game, is what I'm hearing, which is pretty cool.
sounds good. Yeah.
So instead of doing the
More
4
the merrier.
games today like we planned, we'll be doing 5. Hopefully only 5.
Hopefully, yeah.
We didn't really account for this infinite game glitch that we've now encountered. And that reminds me, I don't think I said it. I know I said it in the muted time, but that was my first introduction into anything security, was a glitch, like a time-based race condition. Race condition is the word. Sometimes talking on stream is hard, but it was a race condition back in Diablo 1 with item duplication. So it was a game where you could drop something and you had this little belt, and the belt held potion. So if you picked up the item on the ground as you picked up the item on your belt, like some weird race condition would happen and would duplicate the item, and you just suddenly get 2 items. And that was pretty much my intro into security, was that in video games. And back then, I learned a lot through video game hacks. Like, I'd look at PS Code, find anything that went open source, and dig through and figure out how it worked. Because back in the day, we didn't have sites like Hack the Box that you could just go to and learn these things, like, cheaply and, more importantly, like, easily.
Right.
Like, the problem I see nowadays is a lot of people complain, I don't know the right resource to start picking this up and learn. Because there's just so many resources. They got like resource fatigue. Like, do I go to IppSec? Do I go to John? Do I go read something? Do I get a book? Like, there's information floodgates now. But like 10 years ago, we didn't really have that.
Yeah, it wasn't much.
It was like a few sites, like you had to hack this site that existed for a long time, but it was nowhere near the caliber this was. Like, if you wanted to learn, you had to go the hard way and kind of do like exploratory learning, like just digging apart at source code. Like, I don't know C, but it's doing something here. If I stare at this long enough, somehow it starts making sense.
Sometimes I think we still do that.
Yeah.
Just bang your head against the wall, and eventually, hey, maybe something will fall through. But
Yeah. It's like the fuzzing way of learning. You just try them
Yeah.
all, and eventually something will stick. So let's see what chat is saying.
Are you working on any other new projects or anything?
So I'm trying to find more time to work on Jarmus. If you saw that
Ooh.
video or not.
Yeah.
So I wanted to kind of make that more into just a web application. I want to have like jarmus.ipsec.rocks where you could just submit IPs and it would tell you if it was malicious or not based upon Jarm hash.
That's so cool. That'd be awesome.
For those of you not familiar with Jarm, it's like JA3. If you're unfamiliar with what JA3 is, it's like a hashing based upon how SSL negotiates. So when a client connects to a SSL server, it says, here, I can connect to you via all these encryption methods. And based upon like the order, the size, what it is, it creates a relatively unique hash. You can't really do like, there is JA3S, but it's hard to get that just from the server because the server doesn't really say everything that's available. It more sends a response tailored from that hello the client sent. So with Jarm, you connect to that TLS endpoint like 10 times and figure out exactly what that server's connection looks like or its configuration. So that's the idea behind the Jarmus app, which was a vulnerable machine I had created for UHC that you can play on Hack the Box, or just go watch the video where I explain it as well. But you'd enter an IP and then it would connect to that IP. If it detected it was malicious, then it would attempt to download the payload from that IP. And in that was a server-side request forgery bug where you could go and then make it go to a different server and then use protocol smuggling to access OMIGod, which was listening on localhost. It was a really fun exploit.
Yeah. Working in Oh My God must have been really cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So I think Oh My God gave me like 3 or 4 different videos. It was a nice exploit.
Yeah. You had a ton of fun with that one, I remember.
It was the one I learned like audit D. And then like soon as this happened with IP tables, which really upset me. Like I finally sat down and like learned IP tables. And then like 2 weeks later I found out, oh, it kind of went away and now firewall D is the thing.
Yeah.
Or whatever Ubuntu uses, UFW, the uncomplicated firewall that somehow is more complicated to me. So that's the same thing that happened with, what was I saying? I learned something and that changed. I forget what it was. Sometimes tangents are hard.
No. I would like to try and have some of a little bit more cool intelligence in that regard. Like the same way, hey, look at some IP address and determine if it's malicious. I wish I could have someone that would like be able to pull a payload and then deobfuscate it through as many different stages as it could, and then be able to like, hey, pull out. Do we have a good indicator of compromise? Do we have any cool links or C2 domains or IP addresses that would be interesting and worthwhile, or artifacts that it might have found? I had that stupid tool, Katana, that was like, hey, let's try and work through a capture the flag challenge if it were like a nested buried thing. And I thought like, oh, could you apply that to malware? Could you apply that to viruses or threats, bad domains, phishing stuff, blah, blah, blah. And that's a fun idea, but it's just you never know when you're done, and you never know exactly what all you should be collecting to what narrow siphon is. No good way to encapsulate that idea.
So, guys, we have the final draw. We have the final results. IppSec, can you look at your Slack to send you?
Yeah.
How you doing, chat? I love being on Twitch when you refer to chat as like this amorphous third party.
And for the rest, we will have a rematch. So all the other groups will go for a rematch. If you want to announce it now at the brackets.
Okay, so I am going to figure out the best way to share this portion of my screen. Let's see.
Maybe a quick screenshot and then bring that up.
I almost have it. Okay, so you should be seeing a really bad picture now of the new brackets. So in the Mentat Scallop game, we have Mentats winning. In Chibuzz Enox, it was a tie, so they're going to be replaying. Charm and Firehawk, Charm won, so he's advancing. Then we have Munra and Koran, that was a tie. Then Legacy and My Donut. I think My Donut actually won the last one, if I remember correctly. I think it was My Donut and Sysmex.
Nice.
But they're replaying. Mercury and Smartman. Smartman had won. Triple Threat and Metal Merge. I don't know. Triple Threat won. And of course, we saw the tail game of that Geo ARZ. So we have between Chibuzz, Enox, Koran, and Munra, and Donut and Legacy. I'm trying to think which one we should stream. Probably not Enox again, because we just watched him. So it's between those two. So I'm going to go over to chat and see if we can do this quickly. Of course, Twitch doesn't do line breaks well. There we go.
Cool.
So now it looks like even that is being tied between 1 and 2.
You can guys go and start maybe streaming Munra and Koaran. They are queuing now.
Okay.
Awesome.
So let's see. Confirm.
Are we jumping into Munra, Koran?
Whichever one shares. Okay.
All right.
There we go. So we are now waiting for the game to start. So finally about to get back into this. It should be probably 2 to 3 minutes for that game to load. And we should find out exactly what game this is, 3887. So let me set that up for this. Okay, so everything should be good to go once the game starts.
Alrighty, we'll get back to it then.
20. So right now we do have players kind of setting it up. So looking at Monroe's screen, he is setting up Tmux. He set up a web server, has a few Tmux sessions going off. I wonder if one half is dedicated to defense and the other half is dedicated towards attack. I'm kind of curious how his mentality going into this is.
Oh, maybe.
And then let's watch which one is the other one. Quran.
Do you use much split screen terminal?
Oh, I always use Tmux.
Okay, cool. I didn't know. I know you have a lot of different tabs or a lot of different panes, but I didn't know if you would use the split screen all that much. Do you ever change the background, or I don't know how well Tmux will let you do that? Does Tmux let you do that?
I don't think so. And I was wrong. I was streaming Quran screen that has the pane set up, and it's not Tmux. It looks like it is Terminator.
Right. So I like Terminator personally, but I like being able to set up different profiles, so you can just super easy right click and then you can change some different preference or theme or style. So I can say, hey, everything that has this red background, sure, maybe that's going to be me going on the offense or going on the attack, or something blue or different color tells me what box I'm in or what shell I'm in, etc. So that helps at least give me a visual indicator of all the multiple terminals I have open.
Yeah, the reason why I like Tmux is because, again, I come from that sysadmin background, and we used Screen back then before Tmux. And a lot of times I'll be doing something on a remote machine, and I want my sessions to not die. That was the original purpose of using Screen, was I can run these commands and my session won't die when I close this window if I turn off my computer. So with Terminator, I don't really have that benefit because everything's running on my host machine. Right?
Yeah.
So if I SSH into a machine and I run Tmux and I do a new pane, now that's a new pane on that machine. In Terminator, I kept having to open up a new screen or pane, whatever you want to call it, and then SSH again. And I just hated that step. Right?
Yeah. No, I get you.
So we're still.
Are you typically? Oh, sorry.
Oh, go. Nope.
No, I was going to ask, are you typically in Parrot OS these days, or?
It really depends. A lot of the time, I've switched to just liking Ubuntu.
Nice.
Because most of the tools I install, I don't like installing from the repository anyways, just because I randomly have issues. I don't know how to use Linux, really. Whenever I'm using it, I use it so wrong, and if I try to do things manually and also do it through the package repository, app starts complaining at things I do, I start complaining at things app does, and it's just not a good relationship. So
well, I resonate with that on a spiritual level.
What do you use?
So again, I am almost always in Ubuntu. I'll use Remnux for some cheesy, stupid malware stuff, but I never fell into using Kali. I never fell into using much of Parrot. I see the attraction. I see why it's enticing, and it's nice sometimes, but it just Ubuntu works.
Yeah. So we have the game started now. We are looking at Quran's screen, and he is now SSHing into his castle, because this is an attack and defense CTF where they have to go harden their things while attacking others. And generally, the winner is the person that does the best hardening as quickly as possible. So that includes things like changing PHP ini to have blacklisted functions. It's funny, CTFs are one of those things where you don't want public key authentication. So often in these attack and defense CTFs, I'll go and disable public key authentication and force password authentication, because one of the like things people love doing is always just dropping a authorized key file and then SSHing in after dropping that key file. So if you disable public key authentication, it's a horrible thing to do. You should never do it unless in a CTF. It'll really cause for a lot of headaches. And these players, each round of this is unique boxes, but because this is a remake, both players have seen this box before because they just played it. So this is going to be really who can exploit the quickest. So I'm going to go over to Munro's screen, see exactly what he's doing. He has already uploaded a shell, and we just saw him get something. So he's sending that reverse shell with Netcat right now, or attempted to. It did not come back, and he is using Cherry Tree as like his notes thing. So there's a TTY script. Oh, wait. No, that's just a Python reverse shell, not a TTY script. Generally, whenever I see a long Python screen and copy and paste, I always go for, oh, this is going to set up that proper shell.
Well, this will be quite a race. If both of them kind of already know what they could do to exploit this, it's just really who can battle their way in first and collect as many flags as fast as they can. So.
Yeah. So now he's trying to do this, and he's doing like Python 3-V, and it is not working. So it looks like Koran may have stopped this attack. Maybe he removed Python. He's doing where is Python to see if it's in the path. Now he's doing ls ID. Nothing is working.
No command output.
Yeah, this shell looks like it has been patched. And generally, Battlegrounds machines have 2 to 3 different ways in, so it's not as easy to just immediately patch things.
You have to have your eyes on a lot there because you really have to know the entire attack surface, and it's hard to do right from the get-go. But there is a little bit of an advantage here. Haven't played this box before. Maybe they know what could be some holes and some vulnerabilities here.
Yeah, and it looks like he is... Let's see... I think this is his castle because he's already root unless he privest again. He's doing a PS tree output just to kind of look at if there is any reverse shell. And that PHP chain looks a bit weird. We see PHP-S starting a web server, but it's also executing bash. And that is wpanel. I don't know exactly what wpanel is, but based upon the previous games, we saw it was installed out of date. And hold on one second. I got to close Slack.
Looking through some configuration files, looking through some potential plugins that Apache might have. Do you use that? I think it's the RootMe or one of the modules that you could throw into Apache that's basically a backdoor. I don't see that one often, but I think that's a fun one.
Yeah, that was actually in Crime Stoppers. There's a funny story about that.
No, awesome.
So I had set that up a long time ago on one of my VMs and forgot I did it. Thankfully, it was like obfuscated, so it wasn't like the default RootMe. I think it's probably the one in Crime Stoppers, or maybe one I did in a Battlegrounds machine. But the rootkit existed on my machine for quite a while. I normally don't run Apache, so it wasn't really that exploitable. But in the video, I was doing a like timestamp forensic showing like how on the file system timestamps go to like the millisecond or nanosecond, not nano, I forget exactly what level it goes, but generally when you do an LS, you only see it up to the second. But if you look at the file system, you can see it much more granular. So I was like going through random directories, like if we just do it in this Etsy directory, we'll see everything that someone was put there by a user and not a package manager, because things at a D package didn't have the full timestamp. It just had up to the second. And I was like, oh, this file is actually a rootkit. I know what this one is. And it's like one of 5 files in Etsy.
So D package would do that? Is that right?
Yeah, D package doesn't do full timestamps. It only goes up to the second.
We'd always showcase that because we would run stat. We'd run the stat command to actually see the precision. But if you were to try and use something cheesy like timestamp in Metasploit or Interpreter, they're like, yeah, you'll be losing all those zeros and the precision, and that's very, very easy to see. So that's cool. That's awesome. I didn't realize D package did that just as well.
Yeah. So the other thing about that is if something does timestamp correctly, at least on Windows, I think Windows is even more granular than Linux, but just finding 2 different files with the same exact timestamp is suspicious.
Ooh, good call.
Like, generally speaking, you won't have the same timestamp of user local bin and user bin, because
Right.
going into those two directories, like, you're down to milliseconds. It's not going to be the same exact millisecond that doesn't both.
Absolutely.
So now we do have him testing a different Python script. So he just grabbed this one. He's switching applications. So he found, this W panel thing was hardened. So I'm going to switch over to this login tracer application. And there was a public exploit. So he's trying it against this. And from what I saw, it didn't look like Logon Tracer was a PHP app. So chances are if you just depended on hardening PHP, this exploit would still work. That red font, again, does not come through well on video encoding.
Well, he did not get his callback. He did not get a reverse shell. So it looks like he's looking through the code, trying to understand this. Hey, what does this script do? What is going wrong here? But we just don't know just yet. Is it going to be patched, or is there some misconfiguration somewhere?
Yeah, and this is where I would do things a bit differently here, because he's going straight into the exploit, right? Like, his payload is malicious and unique. I would do like a sleep or a ping or something that's much more low level, like keep it simple.
Totally.
Because that way I can at least validate the exploit works. Right now, he doesn't know if it's his payload or the exploit, right?
Yeah, I always kind of agree. If you can piecemeal it, like, hey, run a single command, run the who am I, run that ping, see if you can just see it reach you. Just one thing at a time, and then you can kind of say, hey, what's going wrong and what's not.
I like how the script says, did you get what you wanted?
Yeah, it's a very taunting tease there.
So it looks like he's changing ports. Maybe like 1, 2, 3, 4 was stopped. And one of the hardening things I also like doing, it's probably one of the more evil things to do in attack and defense, is set up my IP tables to block all outbound sends and only allow related connections. So that would like break a reverse shell, right? Because if you just block like outbound SYN, it's fine, because if someone connects to you, you send back, I think, a SYN ACK, right? So you can allow that related connection. So any like open port it responds to, but anything the server initiates, it'll just get blocked. And then also set up a logging rule. So you log when your server sent a request. That way you know when someone's got successful code execution. And we see 1, 2, 3, 4 connected. So one of the things he did get him that shell.
Excellent.
And now he's going to be using user bin CTO, but he hasn't set up the I don't know. It looks like his TTY worked because it didn't complain about anything.
Yeah, sudo seemed to be okay.
I don't think he did the Python C trick, and he doesn't have a proper TTY. So now he's like, oh god, I can't control C because I'll lose my shell.
Good catch. I would have just controlled C and blew it up on accident.
And pray that they haven't hardened afterwards. I always like sending like a second backup shell. Like once I get my initial shell, I'm like, I'm going to change ports and do this again just in case I screw up. I have a way back in. Because sometimes the exploit script just doesn't work multiple times. It may not be them hardening it. It may be your exploit script did something that now will error.
I always wish, like, man, could I have some threaded, like, some handler, someone that will be able to catch multiple shells in the same port or some idea. And I'm like, oh man, I just need a C2 server.
Yeah.
I just need Cobalt Strike. That's all.
And it looks like he's using a GTFO bin now for this. I think it was compare. So he's setting the local file to be the flag and now going to run it. And compare will probably say, this flag differs from this binary, and here's all the bytes it differs, is my guess. What's
Fingers crossed. If it will showcase, hey, here's the file contents if it hasn't been patched or modified by his opponent. I think we saw that with Enox earlier. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, and one thing no, he's in root panel, so we can't edit that directory, but let's see. Did he just get a root shell? I'm not exactly sure what happened there.
His prompt is still for a regular user.
Run ID. I want to see the user.
Yes. Please. Backseat driving here.
And that's one of the funny things. Now that like sysmon for Linux is available and people logging process starts, and before that you
Yeah.
could use audit D, just running when things or detecting when things run who am I or ID is a really fun detection mechanism because those commands don't really happen that often. But that's one of the first commands I do when I get on a system.
Oh, absolutely. You kind of just need to know your surroundings. Hey, who did I land as? Where am I? What's the environment I'm in? All of that, like initial enumeration, is something you could pretty easily key off of.
Yeah, and if you're like on a Windows machine, adding like that /all or /priv, like that is super detectable. Like,
Absolutely.
so let's see. He is still trying this sudo. And he's putting it over in Cherry Tree.
I like to do this. I do this almost all the time when I just throw it in a text editor so I can modify it sanely with actual arrow keys and highlighting things and pasting in and out rather than trying to deal with some of the terminal idiosyncrasies and then just slap it right back in.
Yeah. And it looks like he is trying a path traversal with this now. So he did a few things because it is just a wildcard. So wildcard does match periods. So he's trying .. to try to get it to compare this root flag. And we'll see if it works. Compare root flag.text. So he's trying it on his box first. So on this left pane is his defending box, I believe. So again, he's able to run compare now so he can see what the expected output is. And this is going to let him see, oh, if this command works, I should get the flag. So he's got to find out probably what gives him the output, because right there, I think it just said like, hey, these files differ. And that's not helpful to him because he wants to know where they differ.
I see the GTFO bins includes those other arguments, TAC B and TAC L. Oh, okay, there we go. And so I'm curious which of those would actually showcase the contents. That looks like a disgusting format, but you've at least got a flag there.
Yeah, you could do some really ugly like awk script probably to print that out, or if you want to type
Totally.
a flag manually. At this point, I would probably just run this command as quickly as possible, hoping it doesn't get patched.
Totally. See if it works for him.
Oh, he's back.
Is it the TAC version that is overtaking those arguments? I wonder if that is, hey, just not letting them go through because we're just requesting the version.
Yeah, now he's adding a
That'll
semicolon.
break the
That did
pseudo
not like
policy.
it.
Will the pseudo policy allow for a hashtag like an octothorpe, maybe commented out? I feel like then, yeah, you lose it.
I don't know. This is
That's
definitely
that's a neat puzzle.
I wonder if you need to like create the file -- version,
Ooh,
and then it would read the file. Like if you do touch,
that's got to be it.
like that would be a fun one.
That
Like
would be
this is
very
like the one
slick.
binary that if the file exists, then it goes to that file. Like both of these have it, so he's got to work around this puzzle somehow because either compare or CTR. And at this point, I would also run like len enum just to see if there's other things. Look, there may be a set UID binary you're missing. You're just honing in on this sudo -l. Always do some type of recon in the background. So like, oh, I'm stuck here. I'm just going to go quickly glance at this output. Oh, this is red and orange and was not a part of sudo. Like it could be more low-hanging fruit.
Worth checking.
And the other thing is, wait, he's checking on his box and -- version is not on his box. So this is a hardening thing, I think. Because if we look at that sudo -l on his, it just ends with that wildcard. So adding the -- version looks like it is patching that Koran did. I'm going to go over to his screen, and I know him and Enox are good friends. So that is something we saw Enox do the last game. So as soon as that happened, he was the player that Enox was playing said, "Curse you, Enox." So that may be something they like doing.
I have to think. I thought I saw one initial hardening script that it seemed like Enox ran, and I almost thought I saw Koran run the same thing.
Yeah, so it may have done like added that -- harden. He is using Snoopy. I switched over to Koran's screen, and he set up Snoopy, which I did in one of my Battleground videos on the Hack the Box YouTube channel. And this is going to give him that command line logging really quickly. It's not doing audit D because audit D can be a bit pain to configure. This is a LD preload quote unquote rootkit, but it's a blue team rootkit, so it's totally good. That just hooks in and outputs everything that's running. So this will let him do some instant response on his box. We see he has 500 points, so he's in the lead. It's 500 to 300. So as long as he prevents Munra from getting any points, he should win. And he may
Looks like
already
he's cruising even more.
Yeah, he's already prevest on this box, so he's just getting those points and just going to try to stay ahead.
Wow, 800 to 300 looks like that certainly weighs the game.
Yeah, and this is probably where the experience comes from. I don't know how much Battlegrounds Munra plays, but I know Koran plays a lot. So, like, he hit the ground running as soon as this match started, got that route, got his, like, scripts running to keep that foothold. And now he's just holding on to it as tight as he can. And if you don't play these, like, attack and defense ETFs a lot, once you get root, you may be like, what now? I got my root. Yeah. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, root is just the beginning, as they say. So,
yeah. So we see him now just waiting. Let's go over to
no, we're just chilling out. Got our feet up on the table.
And Munra is trying furiously on how to, like, break this version thing, like find a way around this hernding that Koran had done. And this is where I definitely run, like, Linpeas and hope that he missed something, right?
Yeah. I just need another vector. I need something other than this because this that TacTac version might just, pin him to the ground.
We see the same frustration that I think it was Chebaz that played against Enox faced. I'm curious who wins that one. Let's see, PSEF. Again, looking at process tree. And at this point, Munra's in a difficult spot because he has to catch up in points. It is 500 to 900, which I think is one flag submission. So he's got to both kick Koran off his box and somehow find a way to get root on Koran's box if he wants to win this match.
And we had, 2 minutes, 3 minutes left in the game? Or
about 2 minutes, yes.
Okay. I don't know. Might be able to pull it out, but I would like to pick your brain if I could. I know you're a big fan of Snoopy, and I know I've also seen you use PeaceBuy, right? PeaceBuy 64, I think.
Yeah.
How would you kind of completely, totally compare, contrast what use when, etc.?
So if I probably normally only use PeaceBuy, especially because it works both user privilege and root privilege, so you can always run it. The reason why I wouldn't use Snoopy that much is because, like I said, it is a LD preload rootkit, and whenever you do like a rootkit like thing, you affect the stability of the box.
Mm-hmm. So it is a bit fragile, I would think, right?
If inserting that goes wrong, you crash the box. Where PeaceBuy, you don't really run that risk. But PeaceBuy, I don't think is going to do as good of a job like on a blue team because they can just kill your PeaceBuy process and now you're dead, right? And it's also not like putting it in as greppable format as Snoopy is doing for like an IR type thing, right?
Yeah, you're weighing the options there.
So like on an actual thing, if I'm like hurting a system for real, I would always just use Audit D. Sysmon for Linux exists now, but the two limitations that keep me away from it, it only outputs in its like event log format, which is like the Windows event log or XML, I think.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't do JSON output, which is not great. And the match is over, so my timer was 15 seconds off. But the second thing, Sysmon for Linux is also a CPU hog compared to Audit D. So,
well, hey, good game. I see it in the chat. Dang, that TacTac version was really, really hurting.
Yeah,
that's a super good trick there.
So let's see. We're now going to wait for the next game, and let me pull up Slack to look at the brackets.
All right. So that was just a rematch between a few of the players. Is that right? Some that had tied in the last game?
Yeah.
So now we should all be on track to get back to, I guess, the original brackets, the original play-out?
Yep, and these brackets were, we saw Koran won, so he advances.
Excellent.
I don't know who won between Chebaz and...
Yes, give me a minute in order to clarify, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Alrighty. This is what is super fun for me, as in getting a chance to watch some of this and getting a chance to kind of see, hey, how other players perform, what they do on a box, how they do their attack, how they do their defense. Like that tac version trick, super simple, super worthwhile and effective. The patching that they had done before, Snoopy put in action. These are really cool tidbits for anyone that's listening in. If they haven't seen those tools before, if they hadn't seen that tradecraft, hey, this is where the learning happens.
Yeah, and if you want to know more about Snoopy, if you just Google like Hack the Box Battlegrounds Blue, if you add the blue word in, I'm guessing my video will show up. That goes me going over exactly how Snoopy works and how to install it quickly, and going over those scripts. I think I've done 2 Battlegrounds videos that show a lot of the tradecraft we saw both Enox and Koran using.
Are those Battlegrounds videos fun to IppSec Rocks? Or?
I don't believe they're on IppSec.rocks because it's on the Hack the Box YouTube channel.
Gotcha.
I haven't found a good way to
Gotcha.
include third-party channels, which I would love to do one day. So all the other content creators can have it, but not many people do timestamps.
Yeah, no, I've had you before. They're like, man, I want to have something as awesome and incredible as that resource, but I have so many videos, and going through and timestamping all of them would be awful.
Yeah. It's like a good hour after my Adobe, like of putting all the timestamps in, and then like hoping I don't make typos, because for some reason I use Notepad to type them in, and I don't use something that gives me spell checking. I should just switch. But that's one of like my big vices is use of Notepad. Like if my computer's been up for 7 days and you click on Notepad in the taskbar, you'll see like 100 Notepad instances.
So, guys, we have first from Sebas and Fake Enox 1. From the other that we had Munra and Quaran 1. And also, we have a match with Legacy and My Donut that is still going, so you can stream that if you like.
All right. Well, hey, congratulations to those winners, and we can hop in. See what other action is left.
Yep, I'm trying to hop into that game. And I am on My Donut screen. So I'm going to see if I can find out the time of this. Let's see.
So I see, it looks like there's 4 minutes left from what I'm looking at now. I see, I can't tell which side is which, but it's 400 versus 246. Oh, My Donut in the lead with 400 points.
Yep, and I'm setting the timer now. There we go. So this should be good.
I saw My Donut setting up some HTT proc, which is super cool. I see Google research for, hey, how can I pull off that container deprivileged escalation? Is that a vector? I remember we saw some other folks kind of poking at that container D. Worthwhile there.
Yeah, I'm going to be also curious if anyone does the tac version to break the sudoers rule. So I'm going to switch over to, we are on My Donut. Let's see, do we have another screen? I'm going to switch over to Legacy, which is steganography, I believe, and see exactly what he's doing. And again, the score is 246 to 500 with My Donut in the lead. I'm guessing Legacy had reverted a box, so he took a negative hit. Or maybe he brought down a server, so he did not get those uptime bonuses.
Oh, dang.
So let's see, what is he doing? It looks like he is trying to get a web shell. So
looking for that initial access again.
Yep. So he's had it once before, and I guess maybe My Donut had kicked him out. He is looking at his box right now because he has root. I'm assuming this is his box and not his opponent's, and just kind of seeing exactly how it works.
Yep. Scrolling to find any other entry points, any other way we could get back on that target box. This, I think, it really showcases the value of persistence, because too often, hey, we've got patching being done. We've got the other team going on the defense and locking things down. If you have that access initially, you've got to board up the windows and make sure you got another way in.
Yeah, and let's go over to Donut screen to see exactly what he's doing. I think he is pretty much just, oh no, he's looking for a Privesk right now. So he's on Kim. He's doing a curl back to something. Oh, Container D he's still looking at.
Yeah.
So he's trying to Privesk through Container D. I'm not sure if he has, but I would want to run a groups to see if I'm part of the LXD group, because I think Container D uses LXC. I'm not positive, but I know like when I install Linux, I often see a Container D folder like in the root directory. So that's what leads me to believe it is something along the lines of LXC, but not positive by that.
Is Containerd written in Golang? I see a lot of coming back for Go, gRPC, all the other work.
I don't know. And then he's also looking at Wireshark. I'm curious if this is
capture some
Wireshark
traffic?
from his box. Like he's looking at Legacy sending him data, or if he's like trying to analyze if Containerd is used. Like he did a PCAP, and maybe he's just like, oh, does this actually get used at all?
That's interesting.
And we have...
That's a technique I often forget to do. Honestly, I'll always forget, hey, just kind of listen and see what other traffic might be happening.
Yep, and there are 20 seconds left. I know the timer is slightly off, but looks like we will have My Donut win this game unless Legacy pulls something crazy. So this will be the final game. We'll go into the next round. We'll probably figure out who to stream next, but we do have the victory screen coming very shortly for Donut.
Alrighty. Congratulations to My Donut. Another one down.
Yep. So now we have, let's see, all the games are done. Whoops. Let's get this screen off. There we go.
So My Donut won?
Yes. As long as my script was correct to pull the points off the game.
No, and I was watching their screen, and it looks like that's what they've got on the interface just as well. So,
okay.
You have to wonder what they're feeling after a game like that, after a rematch.
Yeah.
To get back into running.
And I'm curious how like the next round goes. Like, do we see people get any type of fatigue? Because I know whenever I'm doing like a CTF at a conference, like I'm tapped out after like 2 hours of hacking away. Like there's a slow decline that quickly becomes fast decline of just how useful I'm going to be on a CTF.
Yeah, you got to get the food brought in. You need the reinforcements, right?
Yeah. A lot of energy drinks. And then
yes,
if you run out, then you crash and you're just like, oh God, this was a horrible mistake. And the conference ends, you're like, I never want to do another CTF again. And then like 3 days later, 4 days later, you're like, I kind of want to do it. I have that itch.
Give me a few seconds to give the codes, etc. And when I give them, I will tell you.
Okay.
Excellent. Rolling right into match 3, or I guess match 2,
Round
technically.
2. Round 2.
Yeah. Depending on how you look at it, right?
So which game do we want to go in? You said Enox had one Roadrunner?
Yes.
Okay. I'm thinking we should
Enox
go...
and Mentals are the next. So we maybe can go to Mentals and Enox.
I would say we could do that game, but part of me wants to go see Donut versus Smartman, because I want to leave the possibility that Koran wins the next game and we can see two friends, Koran and Enox, go against each other. That'd be fun.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
I don't want to stream Enox twice in a row. But it's always fun seeing friends battle it out. Not fun for the friends.
No. And that's what's fun for us.
It's like Mario Kart. It's going to end friendships when they start playing each other. Like, wait, You did that troll thing to me? I told you that.
You sent the blue shell?
Oh, I think if I was doing this, I think one of the tricks I would do would be that whole blocking outbound sins. Except instead of blocking, I would redirect it to their castle or something. Like whatever port they're listening on. So if I know they're listening on something, I try to like let them shell their own thing.
Nice.
Like if I have a low priv shell, I'd be like, okay, well, you attempted to shell my box. I have a low priv on your box. I'm going to send you here and set a listener up and see how confused you get.
That's awesome. I think you're telling me that you live in this like ethereal plane of existence now, where you no longer have reverse shells because you're just either using ICMP. Are reverse shells behind you now, IppSec?
I've never been a huge fan of reverse shells, honestly.
Yeah. I know you've got your forward shell magic. I know you've got some of the other hot stuff. It's cool.
Yeah, I came up with the forward shell because of someone doing that trick against me on Sans Net Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Someone did the trick where they like blocked the outbound packets and I couldn't get a shell. So that's where I actually came up with the forward shell doing that. I was like, how do I get around this? Well, this whole like ugly netcat to listen on 2 files, I can work with that. And I can just redirect those files to be network sockets, and suddenly it works.
It's so cool.
IppSec, I sent you the final brackets in Slack.
Okay.
I have not distributed the codes yet, so I'm doing now.
So in stream, you should be seeing the brackets now. And we will be probably streaming My Donut versus Smartman.
All right.
But also going on is Mentats versus Enox, Charm versus Koran, Donut versus Smartman, and Triple Threat versus Geo, or Go EO. You know, that is that like Golang Mimikatz? Whenever I see EO, I think Mimikatz.
Really?
Because I think
what is it?
I think Mimikatz has a string like EOE or something, right?
Oh.
I want to say I've seen that string in Mimikatz output. I gotta Google Mimikatz now.
Maybe I'm too new, but I'm not thinking of it. I constantly see the privilege debug, the Secarelsa.
There was some tool that had EO. I don't know. Oh yeah, it is in Mimikatz.
Is it Mimikatz? Excellent. Awesome.
Hold on, let me see if I can put this on stream. But yeah, it has something in French. I think it's like hello my love or something, or goodbye my love. And then OEEO. It's got like some ASCII art.
Nice.
I've looked at too many strings of binaries. That's like when I'm like talking with friends and we're doing something like CTF. I'm like, oh, that's RAAR. That's a base 64 encoded Java serialized object.
And what is it, the lowercase e and then the y and then that one always triggers me just as well. Y.
Oh, I think Smartman is Joe. So this would be a fun one between Joe and Donut.
Oh, awesome. Are you doing anything new in the UHC world?
We have another box coming out this Sunday, which
awesome.
I thought Jarmus was a good box. This is a really good box.
Even better. Excellent. Okay.
I don't know how I'm going to do it next month. It's been tough, like coming up with ideas. Like I think the hardest thing about creating a challenge is coming up with that initial idea.
Oh, totally. Absolutely.
Like I often spend more time just thinking of scenarios and try to make it like work in a good way to make it feel real than I do anything else in the challenge.
Yeah, like writing it, building it, it's just carving it out once you know the idea. So,
and then the other part of the challenge that I always hate that I seem to screw up on is like, how do I make this command injectable? Like one of the things about creating challenges, you just learn like the default protections and like, oh, that's how it actually works in the back end. Like there's been plenty of times where I'm like doing something like this looks injectable to me, but it's not working.
Do you ever have to worry about unintentionals or things
Yes.
like, oh, I just kind of overlooked, forgot about that option? Yeah.
That is so unintentionals, like that's like one of those like love-hate things in the community.
Oh yeah.
Me personally, like I don't dislike unintentional solutions. I actually do like them a lot because number one, it shows like it's normally real. Like you could make that unintentional in different ways, and also like it reinforces there's always more than one way.
Yeah.
Like that's one of the toughest things I think going from CTF to real world is suddenly like all the things you've learned don't work because sometimes you have to tweak arguments and like you run into that wall. But you always have to have the mentality. There's always probably something else working, right?
Yeah. And I agree. I always tend to like celebrate whenever there's a new unintentional, or at least some player finds it in a host or a challenge or a game that we're running. It's like, awesome. That like, congratulations, dude. That's super cool.
Yeah, I remember. I think my favorite unintentional that I've seen was on Calamity, and it's it's actually the LXD group because this was before like that was known that you could exploit it that way. Calamity had a super hard. It's probably an easy overflow now because it was like 4 years ago, and like the field has changed because of how much training is out there. But at the time, like only 5 or 6 people solved it in like 4 months. It was like one of the hardest boxes because it was a heap challenge. And Heap was relatively new and still a tough challenge to do. But just before it retired, someone was like, "Oh, I did this through LXD." We're like, "Wait, what? You didn't exploit the binary? What binary? I thought LXD was the intended route." Like, how do you exploit LXD? We didn't use LXD. Oh,
Nice.
so right now the match is starting between them, so it should start in like 2 to 3 minutes, maybe less.
Okay. Crazy to see the numbers thin. I know that's just how like tournaments and brackets work.
Yeah.
But it's so crazy to see. Hey, we're moving up. Got about 4 games between them, and then there'll be a victor. There'll be a winner.
Yeah, I'm really curious who is the winner of this. I'm gonna wonder if it's Donut again. If Donut wins 2, like we've had 2 Battlegrounds tournaments. If he wins both of them, that'd be pretty cool.
You're gonna end up having like a reigning champion over many years, I think, and then
Yeah,
that'll be cool. A very sweet claim to fame, right?
and that's always fun when that person gets dethroned. Not for that person, but for everyone else involved. Have you done like what's your favorite unintentional that you've come across?
Oh, truthfully, I don't think I'd be able to just come up with one off the top of my head. I don't honestly remember, but whenever we're building some stuff for some cheesy CTFs that we make, it's always the web challenges. It is almost always web challenges. We're like, oh shoot, I didn't even think of this. And it completely like ruins the rest of the challenge.
What has been like one of the like things that you overlook that you hate yourself for overlooking?
Oh,
Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. So, it's weird when you find the balance between I don't know, a war game that you might expect in Hack the Box or in some other scenarios, or some that are realistic, and that is extremely vague and extremely subjective, right? But sometimes we get so trained to look for the clever, cool, like vulnerabilities and exploits and real things to like take advantage of at a technical level. But then when you get to some games that are like, you're performing a pen test, and it gets down to literally like, yeah, just scrape the website for common words and names and then just brute force passwords. Or just throw it at rocku.txt. Sometimes I feel like we're so trained to not do that because we feel like it's guessy or too cheesy. But then I'm like, when you get in some scenarios, we're like, oh no, we should genuinely try like brute forcing.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, dang it. I'm so used to not doing that.
So we're in the game now, and I am looking at my donut screen, and it looks like he's on the server itself. He found an authentication portal, and what he's doing is looking at his own box to see if like the password is hard coded on his that he can go and reuse on his target box. Like maybe there's a default password. This is looking like a custom blog on GitHub. So he found out where this is, and he's also looking for known vulnerabilities in it. So he looked at the issues, but I didn't think he looked at like past issues. Normally when you click on that issues tab, the closed ones aren't shown. And when
Right.
looking for
It shows you
exploits on
the current.
applications, those are now relevant to you because it doesn't mean the application is going to be fully up to date. But here he is looking at the config. It's using SQLite, I believe, and probably just data SQLite.db. So I'm not sure if he has dumped that SQLite database yet to identify if there's a hard-coded password there. So he's looking at app, data, config.
Check out the config.
I see some MD5 sums there for Nick and something else.
Yeah, it was Nick and Pass, and they both look to be the very same. So,
And it looks like the database uses FB user and FB pass. And maybe it's not using MySQL, SQLite. Maybe using MySQL since he's using that, connecting in. And it should be FB pass for the password. He gets right in. And now he's going to show the database, look at the users, and see what there is. And there's, blog, Cuppa. So there's two different applications listening on MySQL. Cuppa sounds familiar. I don't know exactly what it is. I think it's some printing thing, maybe.
it also sounds familiar to me too, but I'm not quite sure where.
I know
don't know if
Cups
it's
is the printing service in Linux.
Yes, that's probably the association that you're making, but Cuppa sounds like another, hey, online CMS sort of thing. I don't know.
Yeah,
I guess we will see.
he's looking at that database, and all the tables were empty. He kept doing select star, and nothing was in. So he's going to look. I thought he was going to look at the config again and see exactly like, is this using MySQL or is it using SQLite? He's going in SQLite now, and here he goes, catting the schema, but the database is not there. So
Not
again,
a whole lot interesting in the schema.
I think he's just looking for like some type of hard-coded credential right now. So let's go over to Joe's screen and see what Joe is up to, if he's hardening or attacking. We see he is on Kali. He's looking for MySQL default login, and he's doing -H, so he's attempting to log in remotely.
Yeah, we do know that, hey, FB user, FB pass, but I'm not sure are we going to be able to even access it with remote host.
Yeah, the default thing for MySQL is to like lock accounts to the IP address they come from. So even though you
Right.
have an account on MySQL, oftentimes you can't use it because it's configured for localhost only or only from the web app itself. So he is on his box now, looking around. Need to close Slack again.
This is a whole new box, so forgive us for watching with just as much intent as you are in the audience, because we're trying to piece together what could be the secret here, what could be the vulnerabilities, what's worthwhile and what's not.
Yeah, and what Joe is doing now is he's trying to extract the MySQL root user password for the database. So I think /DT would like print it a bit better. So normally when you do like a select star, you just get like bombarded with information. I think I normally use /G, maybe it's /DT, but that will print it in like a human readable format. And we have my donut actually getting some points. So let's go over to his screen. Let's see what happened. All right. I think I have to fix.
Ooh, okay. Looking at Cockpit, looks like an enumeration script or some exploit that he's trying to pull from exploit DB already. Not having a whole lot of output just yet.
And I think Cockpit is a CentOS thing. or a Red Hat thing. I think Cockpit is like a cPanel type thing. And the default user is admin123bang, so he's going to attempt logging in with that.
I saw him copy and paste a space character, and I'm worried that that space might trip him up. I don't know yet. Nah, either one doesn't matter.
And I think at this point, I think Cockpit normally uses the local user credential database. So he has to figure out what a user's password would be. So this may be like a good chain. So maybe he can go to like a web thing, like a web exploit a config file, get a password, then log in with Cockpit. That is possible. I'm not sure he's going to find a vulnerability within Cockpit itself. I'm curious what type of hardening he's done on his system, if he closed up the way he got on. And curious where he got the flag from if he doesn't have a shell. And I think this is one of the things we're seeing a lot with this tournament is a lot of people are just getting the flag and not getting the shell because oftentimes it's easier to read a file than to make a code execution thing give you a reverse shell.
And sometimes that's all you need. Flag's a flag. As long as you can get that trophy, maybe you don't always need the shell if hey, you're just reaching for root.
Oh, and I was wrong. Cockpit is a CMS. So I'm kind of curious what I was thinking of with like the CentOS Red Hat equivalent. So it looks like maybe he used Cockpit to read something. We see him in Burp Repeater now, getting an LFI. Now he's trying to exploit this. The test is doing PHP info. I really don't like PHP info. I like using Echo more, mainly because back in the days of like PHP 5, when you had like safe mode, I think PHP 7 got rid of safe mode. But PHP info is one of the things safe mode actually blocked.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I have always been a PHP info user, so I will have to just try and opt to use Echo on its own. Now, I have to ask, do you use Echo with parentheses or no parentheses in PHP?
Both work. I don't use parentheses.
Gotcha. I know both work. I was curious what is your parentheses of choice or not?
The reason why I don't like using parentheses is Bash does not accept parentheses in Echo, I believe.
Fair enough.
So I want to do something that works on the most. Maybe I'm not executing PHP code. Maybe I'm executing Bash, and doing it without parentheses means both works. So I know it. Like I know I got code execution right. Whereas if I use parentheses and it was a Bash injection I was actually on, it just fails, and I may think, oh, this wasn't vulnerable.
And it is totally sometimes a matter of context. If you're trying to do some injection and you've got PHP potential, but there's black filters on spaces somehow for some tiny sliver of inject, maybe you'd opt for the parentheses. It totally depends, but know what works and what might not.
Yeah, he's got some nasty base 64 he's trying to do. It looks like it is. Was it a reverse shell? I don't know exactly what he's doing. This looks like one of his hardening scripts, right? He's checking if events, KT... Oh, no, this... Oh, this is the Battlegrounds checker script that checks if the service is healthy.
Good find.
So I think maybe he used some type of process spy or something to extract that. So generally how the Battleground system works on the back end is it goes into each box and runs like a base 64 payload that's just a bash script. And if you can extract that, you can know what it checks to make sure the box is healthy, which often may give you privesc vectors. And also when you're hurting the box, you can rerun the commands to make sure you're not breaking the actual application.
Gotcha.
So now he's looking at LFinder, which looks like one of the applications installed on the box. And I think he also renamed TCP dump if I was looking at that process output. So if someone gets on a box and tries to kill TCP dump, it won't die, and he may be able to recover the data. So that's also a fun thing to do, is run TCP dump on your box, rename it so someone just doing a PS output grepping for it doesn't find it. Since a lot of people on these things, when they do reverse shells, they're not doing like netcat with the SSL option, so it's not encrypted. So if you do get a TCP dump of an attack, you can see exactly what they did. So you know exactly what to harden, and more importantly, you know what you could try on their machine. And that
is super handy.
LFinder script looks like it is a Python 2, and he's having trouble using it.
I saw that, and it's like, hey, your print statement's missing your parentheses, and you're just like, dang it.
Yeah.
Gotta do this dance again.
So I'm curious if he's going to run like 2 to 3, or he's just going to try to exploit it manually. What his go-to is here. I'll find our exploit GitHub. His go-to, it looks
find
like
another one.
Yep.
Nothing wrong with that. I know it's in the moment. Things are a bit frantic. Someone else has to have written this just as well. So.
This is a CVE from 2020, and that Python script was Python 2. That is annoying.
What the heck? Python 2 is not dead yet. Oh, Kali's still supporting it, is it not? It still has it.
I think it does. I always have trouble downloading things from pip now in Python 2.
Yes. Between the version differences in pip and each specific pip 2, pip 3, etc. I keep typoing Python 4, and I feel like I'm in the future.
Now it's like, oh, is it 3.6, 3.8, 3.10, 3.11?
Yeah.
I actually find myself using I forget exactly what version I use. I think 3.11. Maybe it's 3.10. I like, the thing that got me to switch was when Python introduced switch statements. I was like, okay, this is going to get me upgraded to the version.
Nice.
From like 3.6, I think, which is default on my OS. But I like switch statements a lot.
Really?
I hate if-then loops. Like, not a loop, but just the whole chain.
Yeah, just repeat it over and over again. It just doesn't look that good.
Yeah, just like if, elif, 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 elif.
Oh, yeah. Elifs are awful. I've had to do a little bit of Golang, and I'm having fun with their switch statements and their select statement when you're working with channels.
Yeah.
It makes a bit of a mess.
The thing I don't like about Golang is, I think we talked about this before, but
We did.
I'll often create a lot of things in Go, and then Defender just flags it. I'm like, what'd I do?
It's a Hello World program.
So now we are looking at a file upload vulnerability. He's trying to put a PHP shell. And again, he's going straight for that system command. So I'm curious if this is going to work or if it's been hardened. So
now, you got a lot of other options other than strictly system. You've got pass-through. I know there are more. There's a surprising handful of
there's like curl exec.
Yeah. There's so many in PHP.
Like, I think it's 9 or 10 that you have to blacklist. But I think in mine, I would actually do like file get contents on /op/flag.txt. I liked that when I saw it last, I think 2 games ago now, when we saw just the simple keep it within PHP, don't leave it, and just read a file. Because file get contents, it's a hard one to blacklist because so many things use it.
Definitely.
So here it looks like he's creating a folder.
Has there been a change in score? I think we are we still 100 across the...
We are 200, 200.
Ooh, roger that.
So both players have got the user flag twice.
So if we end in another draw...
Hopefully that doesn't happen.
I was going to say. No, I know there's going to be one breakaway here. Someone's going to pull something.
Yeah, we have still him looking at this exploit. It's a .var, so it may involve some type of PHP deserialization within var objects, which would be fun.
Those are fun.
Execute OS with the privilege. Yeah, so this is a PHP deserialization within var.
Now, this is one of those old closed issues, right? That's what we're like, hey, we gotta make sure to check those because otherwise you might speed right past them.
Yeah. Let's see, he is grabbing it. So he's trying to paste it from the issue. So again, I think he gave up on Python 2 and is like, okay, I'm just going to do this manually and see exactly where it fails. So now he's going to try to execute ID on the box because his var object is uploaded. He's doing a new tab for each thing so he can go back quickly. And he got ID.
Nice. That's awesome.
You saw how
now
quick
he's
he
just
did this reverse
rapid
shell.
fire. and he's running.
Yep.
That's awesome.
He's got
Is
all
he
that
using
TTY.
like a text expander? That's awesome.
He's got that stuff on like some type of hotkey to quickly get his reverse shell. So now he's checking sudo.
Got a
GTFO bin.
reverse shell key on our stream deck, right? So Evans is interesting because that's going to end up being a GUI application. That's a PDF viewer. He's got some duplicate sudo here, and that's getting in the way.
Yeah, I'm wondering if if Evans has a thing to output to PDF. Like, you can open something and write it. So maybe you can just open root.flag.txt as PDF and save the output with events. I'm not sure. Let's see what he's doing. So events, comic books, flag.txt. Cannot include. Yeah, cannot connect to the init server. So it's trying to talk to some type of GUI and it's failing.
Yep. I was going to say you definitely need to take a look at these arguments or see what else could you do to see if it will just spit out text on the terminal. Because I don't think we're going to be able to get a quick and easy SSH connection or do any SSH tunneling if all he has is a reverse shell at the moment.
He could try to set up a X11 server on his box and set up X11 forwarding to get a GUI on his screen. But that is a tough thing to do. And
especially with this time crunch. Yep.
Yeah, 2 minutes and a half left. So what else is there? So there is preview.
Show GTK options. That's not going to give us much.
We see these players not running Lin and Noom that much. So I'm curious how many times there's been other ways around this that just aren't seen. Ooh. Was that set UID?
Looks like it.
Yeah. What is us? Has he done help on that? So yes, he has. Run a command as another user.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, it needs a GUI.
Cannot connect to display. This is.
Can you run a single command and will it still execute without the display?
Yeah, maybe he can copy flag.txt into his home directory.
Or if there are some other arguments to just maybe try and curl. All right.
So he's going to see if he can execute commands if it's just failing. Maybe. Did he send that curl or did he control C?
He never did. He never attended, I don't think.
Oh wait, I think he tried to send it and got a buffer overflow. So maybe maybe it only limits to a certain number of characters. So he's now looking at a exploit and he found a Metasploit exploit for it. So I wonder if he's going to quickly get a MSF shell. He has a minute to do this.
Yeah, that's not a lot of time.
It is currently 400-300 with him in the lead. We are watching Donut. Is he going to cement this lead or is Joe going to submit a flag last second?
He's taking a look at the Metasploit module source code to see how can I just recreate this rapidly without pulling together the entire MSF Venom multi-handler, setting up the whole shebang. Oh, he has a shell.
But he got his WebDAV. He did that WebDAV to get it as the user he is.
Dang. Is Bash trying to start some GUI? Maybe he start SH or something?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I'm going to switch over to Joe's stream to see if he's
got a set UID binary.
He's got 10 seconds left to submit a flag to get the tie. If he gets a root flag, oh no. Goodness. We have Donut winning this one.
He had that root flag in front of him. I thought I saw the bash prompt change to root. I don't know if he ended up getting a chance to read that flag and submit it, but goodness gracious, what a way to end it.
That was a close one.
Now I just want that satisfaction. Did he have the root flag? What was it?
I'm going to go check around the other games to see if any of the other ones are still running.
Righty. I think I hear the squeaky toys. Oh, you're good. No worries at all. If anyone listening in doesn't get the joke, I'm referring to IppSec and his dog. Yeah.
1 second, guys. I'm going to check now with the team who won its round, and I'm right back.
Okay, let's set a break for like 4 minutes.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I'll take a quick bio break.
And I will remember to unmute everything when we come back from break. So it's both me and John on screen now again. So right now we're just waiting on all the games to finish and to get into the next one. I think every game finished, so just finding out the winners and giving players a small break as well. And I'm like looking 5 times to make sure everything's on not mute. So we should all be good.
Awesome.
So when do you come back to the area now, John? You've been in Vegas for how long?
Oh yeah, so I flew out on Tuesday and been here for the week. Leaving tomorrow. Our event ends today, around like noon our time, but I guess I didn't even know, so I'm gonna have to fly tomorrow. It takes a long time to get home. We had a layover getting here, and it was like a 9-hour trip, and there were delays. So it was not fun to travel that much.
How was like the airport? Was it all crowded or?
No, I think the airports are good. They are busier. Mask mandate, obviously, just about all the time, everywhere. So, but I'm surprised. So we've been doing some events, right? We've been down in Florida, and there is no mask mandate there for our events. But in Vegas, over here at the hotel, everyone, hey, please wear your mask.
So what are you going to do for the whole day that you have left over between here and home? Are you just going to try to sleep as much as possible?
Well, I will be honest, and if you're totally cool with it, we're preparing a virtual event next week. It's called Hack It, and we're super excited for it. It is a free event if anyone's interested. It's a virtual event where we try to go through 3 different sessions and a lot of cybersecurity concepts. We have a cybercrime game of Clue that should be a lot of fun.
Ooh.
We're doing dark web dumpster diving, trying to explore some of the weird, shady places, looking at threat actors, looking at some spooky other country hacking forums, right? And my session with another partner is on phishing and malware and macros. So getting into some cool VBA, getting into some P code, doing some other AV evasion. So I'm super excited for it, but we are cramming to get content together, and we're kind of close to the wire, you know.
What's one of your favorite things to see like word macros doing that like evade sandboxes?
So I like VBA stomping. I think that has gotten relatively common now, though. The evading of sandboxes, I like to see them trying to use some of the weird, like the obscure API function calls, like Win32 API, the stuff that is only on a certain amount of hardware. I'm trying to think of like Virtual Alloc XNUMA. The XNUMA one is only in some certain amount of hardware or specification or something.
Oh, nice.
So sometimes if a sandbox, if it were to try and run the macro and try to detect things, and if it can't emulate that, then the sandbox will just give up. And you're like, sweet, I'm home free.
I think my 2 favorite things to do, number 1, like enumerate displays.
Ooh.
If I don't see a display, I normally don't do anything.
That's so nice, yeah.
And then the other one that I've done a lot because of like the whole remote working thing, to make sure I don't land on like home boxes, is I enumerate domains, and if any domain comes back, I'm like, okay, it's probably a work computer because not many people set up domains on their home. But also a lot of like sandboxes, like I think the user Joe is what either CrowdStrike or Microsoft uses. I see checking into my stuff a lot. It's like, oh, I got another shell as Joe, but he's not part of the domain, so putting the domain thing there, stop that check-in.
Nice. We are one other event that we're doing with that is a pre-day, or just sort of an actual hands-on course, and we're trying to revamp the content, because traditionally it was a hacking Windows course, but it was for folks that are new to the scene or just trying to learn and understand. So we would teach Metasploit, showcasing, hey, how you can do Meterpreter, how you can do Mimikat, some of that fun stuff. But for the longest time, we were targeting a Windows 7 box.
Yeah.
And no one's out on Windows 7 anymore, or at least they certainly shouldn't be. So we tried to amp up the content, and now we've got a Windows 11 victim, which I'm super excited about. You'll send a real phishing email. We had to turn off Defender because otherwise it would just be not possible for newcomers. But you'll get an Empire callback and do some really cool stuff. And maybe pull off a Print Nightmare, maybe pull off some Serious Sam, and do some lateral movement to a server 2022.
Nice.
So yeah, I'm super excited for it. But we got like let's get the real stuff. Let's try and put this on modern tech these days.
Guys, IppSec, I sent you on Slack the brackets as of now. We have a tie, and we're waiting with the infront team to see what will happen, but the rest are set to go.
Okay.
We will not start yet. We will wait for the tie to see who won.
Okay, and for reference, I think my Slack decided to die.
Okay. DM on Discord works better.
That may work, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Every time I open Slack, I'm just getting a gray window. And I'm scared to like troubleshoot Slack while I'm streaming to like play Russian roulette on whose conversation gets published. See, the other thing I've liked using with macros lately is this program called Evil Clippy.
Yes, that's the one that we're showcasing.
I haven't dug into exactly how that works, but it's done a good job. Getting past Defender is surprisingly tough with macros now.
I think Defender is a formidable foe. We talk a lot about it because it's something that's kind of built into what we like to showcase. But Defender's really stinking good now, in my mind anyway.
I think like it depends. For 99% of people, Defender is good. I think the downside to Defender is everyone tries to initially bypass it first because it's the most widely deployed, right?
Right.
So if your like concern is like against nation states or other people that will like target you first, Defender may not be that great, but hopefully you have like EDR to like back that up, right?
Totally.
But for most people, like by the time the payload gets to you, Defender probably has some type of signature for it because Microsoft telemetry is scary good.
Yeah.
I love going into, there's like a Go evasion class I always did in like HushCon Seattle. And it was always fun. Like we start class, we're writing, there's like the warning, please disable like the Defender cloud analytics. And you find out who doesn't because like, we come back from lunch and people are like, my stuff's suddenly getting deleted. Like, oh yeah, you didn't disable this. And like within the hour we left for lunch, Microsoft decided it was now malicious and now they're flagging it.
Oh my gosh. I remember you and I were chatting about that, right? It was like, hey, if that cloud submission is on, Defender's pretty quick. Microsoft will like, yep, we'll lock that down.
Yeah. So. And I think a lot of people think of EDRs as replacements for AV, when in reality, it's not, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
no.
There is still value in signature-based detection. If you don't know exactly what EDR is, it does a lot of other things. So it does, like, hooks. So anytime, like, a process attempts to talk to another process, or it does, like, create thread, or does any type of, like, inline function, it examines that and makes sure it's good. Like, if it's creating a thread in a remote process, it'll look for things like, oh, why is this PE header here? This is suspicious, and then block it, right?
Yeah.
But it won't really detect if you bypass that, put out something on disk, and it's just a signature thing because EDRs don't really have the concept of that legacy detection type. So it's always nice to have them both, and they don't really fight with each other too much because they have different purposes.
Yeah, they behave. They play well.
And then I always think, like, once you got your AV and EDR up, you should still run like Sysmon and have your own thing because EDRs won't see everything. So you should do some type of analysis on what type of things your EDR looks at and then have a Sysmon thing to look at those blind spots. And Sysmon will also be able to tell you things like, oh, someone created a DLL file in C:\Windows. That doesn't happen often. Like that you should look at. EDRs may not be that good at putting that notification up on your screen.
But you gotta have people looking. You gotta have I think a team that's actually got their eyes on it and actually hunting.
And that's one of the things I like that I'm seeing nowadays, the new companies that are like remote SOC. Like
Yeah.
for the companies that don't want to, like, they don't have their own security division, like they can now, I think Black Hills has one. I forget the other popular one of just like, we'll be your SOC for you. Ship us the logs. We'll have analysts look at them. And when things go, we'll let you know.
You're preaching to the choir, my friend.
I'm guessing Huntress has one.
Yes. Yeah. That is one of our initiatives, right? We want to be that outsourced SOC. We have our threat operations team, myself, my other nerds, other geeks. We're the ones looking through your malware, so we can help.
What's one of your like favorite like false positive rabbit hunts?
Oh my gosh! Sorry, I didn't mean to have such a visceral reaction. So I don't mean to turn this into a commercial or by any means. So stop me if I
Go
do.
for it.
But we look for auto runs, right? We look for persistence because that's the key indicator that there's legitimate, nefarious, malicious activity. What that means is that we're pulling in auto runs from every single endpoint and every single deployment. And that could very well be Skype. That could very well be Microsoft Teams. That could be all the crap that runs on your computer. So log me in. I'm sure you know log me in. They start their application with a batch script that just looks super wacky. It just looks so weird and so strange, and it's suspicious if you don't know that it's log me in. So a lot of time it's categorizing goodware. It's when you're trying to find a needle in a haystack, the best way to do it is to make the haystack smaller. So we a lot of those false positives, we're still trying to like, hey, what can we filter out on to more readily find the bad and evil malware? But a lot of the management and automation tools that companies and organizations use, RMM, remote monitoring and management, that it will do shady stuff. Like, hey, well, let's just PowerShell, invoke expression, pull down something. You look like malware.
Yeah, I remember like a thread of Mubix that has like PowerShell logging on his host computer and was complaining when Slack started using PowerShell to do something. Like, why would you do this?
Yeah, that's funny.
Do you have like a favorite persistence technique that you've seen lately? And then I'll share mine.
I don't know if I'd be able to think of anything neat or sexy off the top of my head. What? I'm trying to think. TrustedSec released a blog on something that was super cool, and I wish I could remember it. It was some Windows communications something. I really like WMI event consumers, but again, that's probably baby cakes for stuff that you're thinking. What did you have in your mind?
So if I tell you, you can't end the stream and go working and hunting for it right away.
I promise. I pinky promise.
So, like DLL, I don't know if it's called like DLL injection or side loading.
Side loading, yeah.
So one of the weird things in Windows is most binaries are stored in C: Windows System 32, right?
Right.
What is one binary that's always ran that's not stored there?
Oh, there's some weird ones that just see Windows on their own. I don't know if it's like, it's not Notepad, it's not Calc, but there are others that are...
Explorer.
Explorers, is that in C Windows?
Yeah. So can you see where I'm going with this?
Yes.
So the default path on Windows is like your current working directory, then C: Windows System 32. So as long as it's not a quote unquote known DLL, which is a registry key where it's like hard coded where you can't do path injection with, if you just put a DLL that's within System 32 in C: Windows, Explorer will execute it. Nice. So one of the famous ones that's used for a lot of things, like a DLL side loading binary that's used in almost everything is CSC API, CSC something.dll. I think it's CSC API.dll.
That sounds familiar, API, yeah.
But if you just look in C: Windows System 32, look for CSC, then it's whatever that DLL is. If you put it in like where Teams is, that's a DLL side loading within Teams. That's a super popular one. But if you just move it to C: Windows, Explorer will execute it every time. Explorer doesn't use any functions out of that DLL. So you just get like persistence that almost nothing sees.
Oh my goodness. Explorer just slurps it up.
Yep. So that's my favorite one, I would say.
Nice. That's awesome.
And at this point, I wish I could go see Twitch stat to see who else knew about it, but that would be like 5 minutes, and my memory is like the memory span of a goldfish. If I said it like 60 seconds ago, I forgot it.
Yeah. I don't know if we have the time or if it's even something or a rabbit hole that we want to dive into, but I'd love to pick your brain on some of the whole offensive security tooling and the OST hot debate.
Oh
I know
man,
that's a can of
that's a way to
worms.
go this stream number way down.
But when you were chatting about HushCon and like the tools that you might be developing, I remember looking at READMEs for stuff where people say outright, like, please don't submit this to Virus Total. Please
Yeah.
don't tell anyone. It's so funky.
Let's see.
Are you guys rolling out a giveaway? I see a ton of exclamation point giveaway commands in chat.
Yep, we are doing a giveaway, and we give out, if you want to mention it in the screen, 1,000. You get 1,000 cubes, monthly VAP plus, and £100 swag card.
Heck yeah. Was Roadrunner on audio there? Or was that
Yes.
was everyone able to hear? Okay, sweet.
And we're just waiting on the games to start again, Roadrunner. Where are we at?
We are waiting to see the decision on the tie, and we will be right back.
Okay.
Sounds good. I really like Hack the Box Academy. I think it's super cool, the cubes and everything that you got set up there.
Yeah.
When we're trying to put together new capture the flag events or events that like I try to host, we've started to try and build out like it looks like a multi-flag challenge, quote unquote.
Yeah.
It just looks like, hey, you got a little bit more of a display, and then you can submit things pertinent to a specific question. So it's a lot better for teaching. It's a lot better for training and for learning, not just a, hey, here's a hardcore uber elite challenge, bang your head against the wall for 3 hours. But get a little bit of training wheels in. So
yeah, and it's one of those things, like, a lot of people don't like the cubes model, but it was there to help people. Like, the cubes are like hack the box currency, right? Mm-hmm. And we wanted to reward people when they complete something with a portion of their money back. Doing it within like dollars is hard because of global currencies and taxes. So we like convert it into cubes. But if you don't know what Hack the Box Academy is, it's more of a guided learning approach. So we have courses on a lot of things, like even just like general how to set up web servers, how to do file transfers, things like that, like pen testy ways to do file transfers. There's a course for that. If you want SQL Map, the creator of SQL Map himself created a course on SQL Map that goes into, like, my favorite thing that I learned from that is like the -eval flag, which will let you run Python code to change arguments out. So it becomes super handy if like you need to sign a cookie. And you could either set up like your own web server to sign the cookie, pass to the web server an argument, and do bad middleware, or you can just write some like eval statement within SQL Map to say, hey, take every parameter you're sending and do this to transform it. So like it's got some advanced usage there. There's courses on like Bloodhound where not only does it show you how to use Bloodhound, the common things to look for, it shows you how to write cipher queries and do the unique things that go the extra mile. Like, oh, maybe the default query that went out 2 chains doesn't work, but if we modified this query, went up to 5 chains, it will now work and show you the things you want. Or maybe like Bloodhound by default isn't treating this one group as an admin, and you want to write a custom query around that group to do things. And then one of my favorite things about the Academy is we put a lot of like blue team tips. So like in the Power View course, we go into like beyond Power View and showing you, oh, if you query the AD replication data this way, it's going to show you the time that account got added to the group, which creates really good findings for a report, because not only do you say, hey, this user has a weak password in this admin group, but here's the date he set the weak password, here's the time he was added. You give that to the hunters, and now they can kind of find where to go.
A lot of good tips and tricks in there. That's a good one.
So I'm going to put the break on for 2 minutes, I think, and then we'll find out what's going on then. turn things up, and then I'll talk about the brackets to start it off.
Okay.
And we are back. So the winner of the match was Charm because he submitted the last flag first. So we have a way to declare wins on ties. It is going to be Enox versus Charm. So unfortunately, we do not see the Friends battle. And My Donut versus Triple Threat. So I think we're going to be streaming Enox's game since we just watched Donut last game. And they are setting up that game now, I believe. So should be just about probably 5 minutes for that game to start. Hopefully.
Alrighty.
Yes, just give me a few seconds and we will be right there. I'm sending you also on Discord the final.
All of my East Coast coworkers are now up and about, and I'm getting constant pings and like, hey, are you around?
Oh, yeah, you're on the West Coast right now. So what it is, let's see, it's 11 now, so probably 8 o'clock by you?
Yep, just about 8 o'clock. So started bright and early. Or it was still dark and early when we got started.
But it was in Vegas, so there's probably plenty of people outside.
Yeah,
the streets
I walked out of my hallway just to like fill out my water bottle, and then like there were people walking around. I'm like, geez, guys.
They say New York's the city that never sleeps, but man, Vegas is close up there too.
Yeah. Went to the Wolfgang Puck restaurant.
Oh, nice. What'd you get there?
I just got some like sticky wings, but some other folks got some taco pizzas. So
Nice. I've never actually been to his restaurant, but I see him on like Top Chef all the time or something.
yeah,
He's one of the big famous chefs. I know that much about him. I always hear how good his eggs are.
Is that it? That's his claim to fame, his eggs?
I don't know what it is, but yeah. Any friend that I have is like, you have to try like the breakfast stuff and get eggs or something. They're just really good.
Excellent.
I'm like, what can you do to eggs to make it like... It's one of those simple dishes that is really tough to cook perfectly.
Totally.
So let's see what's going on in chat. I like that shirt.
Thank you.
Is that like a pen testing pun? That pen is capital?
So if you want the real, we're at the Kaseya event.
Yeah.
And the Kaseya was the whole VSA ransomware event earlier around July. So that was Revil, the ransomware operator.
Yeah.
And this is the first line of their ransomware note.
With the capital.
It says, "What's happened?"
IppSec, I sent you on Discord the brackets.
Okay. And didn't
Granted,
Evil rebrand themselves recently?
There was a lot of chatter about that because they were thinking, oh, did Revil become Black Matter? Because Black Matter is the new kid on the street.
Yeah.
But they are separate. We know that well. Revil went dark after the incident, came back online, and now very, very recently there's the new chatter because some of the representatives unknown, and I think one other user, they were messing with Tor configuration files, and now they're back offline. So,
yeah, I saw that. I didn't really know much what was happening. Like, someone's like, "Oh, looks like the Tor file's back up," and then it got hacked or something.
Yeah. Ransomware operators are weird fellas. So,
yeah, that reminded me of like the book Kingpin. I'm not sure if you've read it, about
Oh, no, I know of it. I haven't read it.
Vision. Max is another one. I forget what his name was, Max something, but his handle was Vision, and it's all about like a white hat that was also a black hat on the side.
Oh, wow.
And like he ran Carter's Market, I believe, which was like an underground form of credit card stuff. And he talked about like one of his hacks that was like one of the horrible yet funniest things I've ever heard, like seen in the world of cybercrime.
Yeah.
He hacked all his competitors, took their form, like the user database, and then imported their users on his website. And then sent a message after deleting like all of the like web servers, databases, etc., saying you can now use your credentials on this site. This is where you go for data. It was like a ballsy move to just upset so many black hats, like the evil people. Like you don't want to cross crime people too often.
No, it gets personal pretty quick, I think.
Yeah. But that was a good book, Kingpin.
Nice. Had you read through, I guess was it Sandworm? Sandstorm?
I just bought that. I have not got a chance to read it yet. That's one of the newer ones, right?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, I have that book. Is it good?
I haven't gone through it either, truthfully.
Oh.
But I know there was a lot of hype and love for it. So,
and then of course there's Cuckoo's Egg, which is the good standard, like old book that's still super fun to read by, I think it's Clifford Stroll. I think that was who it was.
maybe. Oh, give me a moment.
Is your phone a flashlight?
It is. Otherwise, it's like dismally dark in here. So my alarm was going off, and I'm like, oh, can't have that.
Oh, that is a unique setup for a light.
This is the most ghetto thing. I'm telling you.
What do you use
didn't
at
have a
home for lighting?
So I have one of the small just displays, like a box that'll do that. And I honestly have a huge window, so I try to do a lot of natural light.
Yeah.
I would like to get some of the Elgato big light panels and displays, but I think that would be good.
Yeah, I
have
use a
fun with
Lume
that.
cube,
Nice.
Lume cube.
Okay, awesome.
But most of the time, I have windows for my display. But we started before the sun came up, so I think the biggest pain about having some type of like studio lighting or a Lume cube is just that bright light going in your face the whole time.
Right.
I don't know how you do
Right.
it with glasses. I imagine that creates a lot of glare.
Codes. So
Yes,
you guys
I know
codes
codes.
have been given out, and the matches are going to start soon.
Okay.
All right. Let's get into it. We're looking at Charm and Enox.
Yep. It looks like they just accepted the game, so I'm going to update my stuff so we get them in this. That is game, I think, 91.
All right. See them jumping in with their VPN connections, jumping in. SSH.
Okay, I think everything is set up to go. So
Awesome.
it'll be a few minutes for the game to set up, and then we'll go for 20 minutes of watching Enox versus Charm. And I think I'm going to start on Enox's screen because he does a lot of fun things with like that pseudo-is rule we found out.
Yeah, he certainly gets right to it.
So I want to see if we can find out exactly what his strategy for hurting boxes is. But he's probably just going to execute a script, and it's not going to output that much, or it's going to output too much, and we won't be knowing what he did.
I'm curious if the script that he wrote or what he had used kind of to stage things earlier, when it added that tac version, or if it did add tac version to the commands in the pseudo-words file, I wonder if it just did that arbitrarily for whatever the commands were, or if it would a little bit smart as to, hey, depending on what it is, the version flag might not even be a thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm wonder if he did it manually If that's one of the
Maybe.
things he just manually does, because it's just one file, right?
Yeah.
And I'm curious, like, if his hardening script will actually harden web servers by default, because there's a lot of things you can do on web servers just to try to keep them active and not break.
Yeah. Yeah. You have to know.
I'm guessing it installs like Snoopy and things like that, so he gets some type of logging. So
That's
he
nice.
deleted his known host file, which is always a good thing to do at the start of an event.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't do that and you don't specify like an SSH option, you're going to get that like complaining thing about your known, like connecting to a different server. And we can transition to his screen. Let's see. The timer is going to be wrong for those watching on stream.
Does your script or your tool to kind of carve out the time and the points, is the time manual, but the points are kind of scraped?
Yeah.
Nice.
The main reason is like when I was doing it in OBS, like my countdown script for Python hung OBS.
Oh, jeez.
Like it wanted things to run and exit quickly. Or
Yeah.
how I was doing it was wrong. So like the players are super easy because I can just write a Python script. If you don't know, like OBS has a script thing which you can use to interact with different objects on it. So I have a Python script that can edit a text box.
Awesome.
Their example of the countdown is not done in Python though. It's done in Lua, and I don't know
Ooh.
Lua. So that's
I
where
would
my
not.
headache came from.
Yeah. Yeah, I would not want to mess with Lua, personally.
Let's see, 3896.
Well, hey, have you checked out Sneak all that much? I know they're hanging with us. They're partying here.
Yeah, they are the sponsor, and I should know more, but I don't know that much about them to talk like off on the cuff about them.
Yeah, totally. No worries.
But we do have, I think, the game starting.
Alrighty.
The games is starting, and what about Sneak is that they will give amazing swag to the first team. Plus, they will give, they will do at their own stream a live interview of the winner.
Nice.
Oh, and a limited service of their product.
Nice.
Fantastic.
So now we're in the game. The web app is Snowball. I'm looking at Enox's screen, and immediately off the bat, he hit the web server to make sure he can access it. I don't know if he's hitting his own or the target, but now he's in the box running a bunch of commands, trying to figure out what's going on. It looks like he's going to go on the offensive first, I want to say. And there's
Seems
a
like
management, so he's adding a second thing to this. So there's two different domains.
That is virtual hosting, correct?
Yes, virtual host routing. And it looks like there's also legacy, so he's adding that as well. Just clicking around on the website to make sure he can get to everything. And from here, I think I would target legacy first. Legacy sounds vulnerable. Transition full screen. And we can check out what Charm is doing as well. What is his approach? Is he going to be hardening or is he attacking first? It looks like he is going to go off and harden the box. We see him going into the Apache config. And I'm not sure exactly what he's doing. Going into Nginx now. And this is telling him where the web servers are running. So he can find the application. Snowbell is a redirect, so that's probably like using UWSGI or something for a Python web server.
Yeah.
And let's see what legacy is. Legacy is PHP, so this is generally where a lot of people like starting to attack things is PHP because most people are comfortable with exploiting PHP. And I'm not sure what the attack is here. One is using fast CGI. Looks like he's still jumping around determining what he wants to attack. Going back over to Enox's screen. we have him in a MySQL database. So he's selecting stuff from users to try to get a credential out. And
Yeah, he's been trying to log into this QDPM login pane, but just doesn't have a username and password just yet.
Yep. And we see the points are 0 to 0 still. So his root shell here, unless he's hoarding flags, is a his own box. So he's got a few passwords. It looks like it is PHP encrypted. I think that's what the $P is. And he's going to add these hashes here. And he's going to copy them one at a time. And then probably open up, I don't know. Do you think he's going to use John or Hashcat?
I think he's going to go Hashcat. I would naturally knee-jerk reaction go John the Ripper, but I have much more confidence in him than I do myself.
Ooh.
Oh!
He's going with John, and he's specifying the word list of rocku.txt probably. User share word list rocku.txt. So he's going to try to crack these passwords. And did that run quickly enough? Oh, he forgot to give the hashes file, I think. No, he did. Oh, he's got to unzip rocku.txt.
Oh, didn't have it out just yet. Okay.
So this must be the first time he is using that. So now, again, he's got something going in the background. So now he's going to poke again at this, see the different ports. So we see MySQL listing on 0.0.0, which was interesting. So I wonder if you can extract a MySQL password and log in remotely. I think that was his nmap against the target we saw. And now he's trying to decide if MySQL is using -H or -h, I think. Oh, no, he was using -H. And we saw it was still trying to log in with a socket. So it wasn't trying to log in remotely. So I think he screwed up that one argument. I always get that wrong, how to connect to a remote connection over MySQL.
Yeah, the MySQL arguments are always a little bit, where am I going again?
Yeah. And I don't know if it's by design or not. I always hate like specifying a password over standard into MySQL just because I can't remember. I always just do -P and then type it out. Let's see, I wonder if John has cracked anything. Oh, maybe it did. No, maybe not.
Is he just trying
I think he's just trying admin or something.
Yeah.
The password.
I'd be curious. Hey, just a quick look back at John the Ripper, see if it got anything. I hope he doesn't forget.
That is the one thing I run a lot of recon in the background. Remembering to go back to it is often tough.
That's why my screens are like disgusting to look at, because I'll have like 37 terminal panes all open on the same screen, and it's awful. But I can see it all.
That's the one thing I hate about like doing videos versus like doing a CTF on my own, because like if a CTF on my own, I'll have this font at like size 8. Doing a video, I have the font on like size 18.
Oh, really? So I have now apparently instilled a sort of complex and symptom where I will just naturally, no matter how I'm using my computer, zoom in to as if I'm an 80-year-old grandfather. It'll be huge text while I'm just naturally using my machine.
So here we see him navigating through files. He is editing index.php. And I wonder if he's trying to secure it or not. Or just look at it to see exactly what that application is.
Yeah.
And we can see we are on Enoch's screen, and he is a Tmux user, as we can see the bars at the bottom. So looking at his first pane, this is def, so he's using this as a defender pane. And John the Ripper, I almost said John the Hashcat, is still running to try to crack this.
Yeah, nothing from John the Ripper just yet.
And this is where like my first bet would probably not to be to use the rocku.txt. Like I may have like a bash file going through a few word lists. So instead of executing John, I'd execute test crack or something, a bad word name, because I'm always bad at naming files. But I'd try like top 10,000 first or something like that to go through quickly.
Yeah. And I'd have to think it's not going to be an extremely complex password if it is going to be cracked. If it is going to be something that's in Rocku, it's probably going to be in the top 100 or top 1,000 lines, because you don't want to be wasting too much time on this.
I mean, it could also be it's now the month summer, so probably like winter 2020 would be a valid password. I like trying.
Totally.
Like always put like the seasons and then the year. That's so common. And then if it's a Windows thing, often adding a exclamation point because password complexity requires it. So I'm going to go over in Charm screen. Oh, they both have 100 points.
Oh.
These are maybe availability points. I'm not sure.
I was going to say, I don't know if I've seen a flag submission. I wonder if that's just the service uptime.
So I'm switching over to Charm. And we can see what he's doing.
He's rolling up with Metasploit.
Yeah. He's got a
Okay.
password. Lola's password was hacker. I'm not sure if he set that.
Yeah. I'm curious if that was... No, okay. I guess it tried to log in, failed, but I wasn't sure if that was something that he had found or...
Yeah, it looks like he has the password for Lola. It logged in.
All right. Metasploit didn't think so something might be weird. But he's got access on the web.
Yeah, I wonder if... That's weird. Let's see. What's his... Ooh, his R host is wrong.
Uh-oh. Whoops.
Right? The R host should be the DNS name, I'm guessing.
Oh, you're right, because it is going to be doing that probably virtual host shenanigans. Uh-oh. I hope he doesn't get stuck in here for too long.
Yeah, he's probably sending it to like snowbell.htb because that was the like main route and not legacy. I hope he does show option again so we can see that, but I did not see him. I saw him set our host to an IP.
He has this web interface, so maybe there's something he would be able to take advantage of for some code injection, some file upload, for anything. But it looks like he's still going to be playing with Metasploit for
set vhost.
Yeah.
There he goes. He's trying to copy it correctly. That's always a pain. But here we go. We're going to see if Metasploit works. Ooh, login unsuccessful. I think it was LOL. I think the username was LOL, not Lola.
Ooh.
I think he originally had LOL and he changed it to Lola. No, it is Lola.
It is Lola.
This is where I'd be using like the proxy feature of Metasploit. And then, oh, wait. Nope. Target URI first. I wonder if he's going to go to proxy first, go to Burp Suite, and see exactly what it's doing, where it's erroring. Or he's going to go to a different exploit.
Yeah, I was going to say, part of me wonders if it's even worth going down this Metasploit road for now. It's time to pivot because you've got access. What more can we do with it?
So he's definitely honing in on this searchploit now. So we copied the exploit. So now he's going to manually run this exploit. And we see he is using ZSH, I think, probably because that's how he has like the predictive typing. I guess that's what it's called.
It errored on a PHP syntax, but I wonder...
So it's erroring on, adding the reverse shell. maybe it's this damn...
The new line's getting in the way or something spacing. Weird, yeah. All these are single quotes with escape single quotes and then double quotes in there. So that looks fine. Oh, geez. This script is going to be hell to work with, right?
Yeah.
Some quick fixes. This thing is so broken.
It's the formatting from exploit DB that screwed it up, I think. So at this point, like, I think I would look at the script and be like, oh, it's just a file upload. If I send this to Burp Suite, I can just edit it. And I think that's what he's doing.
Yeah,
he's like, let's not script this out. Let's create a malicious file. Yep. Shell.php. Let's see what he goes for. He's using pass-through, not system. So you called that one earlier.
Just a simple, tiny web shell.
Saving it.
China chopper, as they've occasionally been called.
And where is it? He's trying to find the folder. He does too many CTFs. Where'd I save it?
Yeah, I see that Nomcon CTF. I appreciate that.
Sending it to Burp Suite. Okay, his Burp Suite, it does not look like it's on intercept. Is he going to change it? Or he's just going to try to execute and he's probably sending the Burp Suite for history, maybe?
Maybe.
He's looking at the script to find out where it uploads to. So we can see it uploads to, I think it was /images/user/ the file name. He's trying to use help of the exploit script to get the options printed better.
This has to be frustrating because you try Metasploit. Normally we trust, hey, that's typically pretty reliable. Wasn't cutting it. Now trying to grab some off the shelf, maybe unreliable exploit DB script, and that's giving us more trouble.
Yeah, and we have
to be.
Enox in the lead with 7 minutes left.
Wow.
So I'm going to hop over to Enox's screen to see exactly what he's doing. If he's shell on the box, if he's got root yet. He hasn't submitted the root flag, but looks like he got this exploit working because he is in the legacy folder. So if maybe when like he was having trouble with the upload, if he went back on his machine, he's like, you know what? Let's just edit this, put an HT access there to block this directory from executing PHP files. Then he would have prevented Enox from doing this because I think he started looking at the file upload before Enox did.
Definitely. Does he actually have the login? I don't think he's logged in just yet.
I don't think he has either. I think Enox
he's
has been
looking
the one
in the access log to try and see what his opponent logged in with.
Yeah. He is on the defender, so he knows that Charm is hot on his tail, and Charm has now submitted. So it's tie game, 200-200, but Enox submitted it first. So if it ended now, Enox would be the victor, I believe.
I am super curious where they ended up tracking down that password for the Lola account, because I don't think we saw it come through with Rocky, which is strange. It was a weak password.
Yeah. The password was hacker.
Right.
And also, like, seeing that password, like, I would be thinking, like, maybe we should look into a post-compromise scenario. Like, oh, he screwed up his MySQL syntax.
Whoops.
Let's see if he fixes that. I think he's going to change the passwords. I think that's what he wants to do. That would be another valid strategy. Once you get on a box, change every password you can find.
Totally.
Switch back over to Charm's screen.
I have to admit, a lot of this are things that I would have to either rapidly Google or probably build out more of a cheat sheet, because, like, hey, I don't know off the cuff the full MySQL syntax to change a user's password. I'll be honest. I don't know if you happen to be able to recite that in your sleep.
No.
It's a grant all shenanigans. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head.
We have to do some tiptoe tap dancing, I suppose. So.
Yeah. And hold on 1 second. My doorbell rang, so I have to see what's going on. But the stream is on Charm.
All right. Trusting me to steer the ship. All right, all right. The new Hack the Box Battlegrounds tournament.
Yes. Well, actually, I don't think they can see me now. They can just hear me. I'm here in the background. I'm speaking with the players. Everyone is so ecstatic. They're discussing about what did they do, why at least they share their patches, the patch scripts that they shared with each other. Like it's insane.
Tons of fun.
Yeah. Who do you think will go to the finals?
Ooh, I know we've been watching My Donut and Enox for a while, but I think they are, as we discussed, super offensive. They're always in the run-in. They're always like, they move quick. I think either of those could have a very strong chance. I would be fascinated to see both either Triple Threat and Charm battle it out, Enox or My Donut battle it out.
Yeah. And it looks like the score now is 300-200 with Charm in the lead.
Oh my God. Okay.
So it's a close game. About 3 minutes are left, or 3.5 minutes.
Okay.
And
this
is Charm trying to get Enox off the box, you think, or is he still trying to find a way to root?
I think he is still on his way to root. At least if it were me, I think that's what I might be trying. With such little time left in the game, that might be a priority. Like, let's just cash in more points if we can get it.
Yeah, I think also my priority at this point would be setting something up so I get that flag immediately if the flag rotates, because I think it's like every 5 or 7 minutes the flags rotate, and you want to be the first one to submit that flag to win. So now, like, it may be, maybe we shouldn't go for root. Maybe we should just do what we can to guarantee we are that first person. Like I would definitely have some type of notification. Like my burp suite wouldn't be full window. It would be in some terminal that's just sending me the flag every minute, right?
Absolutely. Have you ever seen some players go to the lengths of like having something auto submit to the Battleground scoreboard?
Yeah.
Like, hey, cool, we saw the netcat connection, just plop it in with the curl request or something cheesy.
Yes. I have
That's
seen
awesome.
that. I have when I play Battlegrounds, I have that also done. I can submit through command line. Because I'm known for like just changing my browser windows constantly, and then like I hate navigating back to the site.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
I try to do everything I can through that command line.
Automation, automation, automation.
Yeah. So right now he is on his Cali box still. He's grepping for Burt.
I saw the autocomplete start to offer that pkill open VPN, and I'm like, no, don't do that.
So he is intercepting this. So he's trying to find out exactly where it goes wrong. And let's see. At this point, he's capturing too much traffic. Sometimes he's capturing his actual Battlegrounds traffic. So
Yeah.
may want to set it up so like Burp Suite only captures what your target is, which can be handy if like the website itself is loading a bunch of random things like the JavaScript library that's used everywhere. I forget exactly.
Absolutely.
jQuery.
Yep.
And maybe there's a CSRF that the script isn't taking into account for. And that's why the
I did
logins.
see an error. It says, hey, we need that CSRF token. So that might be part of the puzzle here.
Oh, he's using MySQL to get the flag. So they can
Genius.
connect remotely over MySQL. And wait. I wonder if Enox has changed the permissions, because we're on Charm, to disable that load file.
Is he looking for a root flag, or is he looking for just regular user? Because we want to hope MySQL is running as root if you're going for that crown jewel there.
I don't know. He's going into that image directory trying to specify the web file he downloaded. Shell.php does not exist.
Not there.
And it is still 300 with, I think, Charm submitting the flag to get the first 300.
Ooh.
Going to go over to Enox's screen real quick to see what he's doing, but this game is almost over.
This is a bit of a nail biter, and I'm positive the next one is going to be even more so.
Yeah. Show databases. Oh, I think his connection has dropped. So it'll be down to whoever submitted that flag first.
And did the game close already?
Yeah, I think so. I think that is
goodness. It. Wow. GG. They've got to be just pushing their chairs back like, man, all right. That's game.
And I think this means we will go into the finals next.
I believe so.
Roadrunner, do you know if the other game finished?
Yes, give me 1 second. I am right back.
Okay. So we're going to set up the break screen, find out who won what, and we will be back in like 5.
Awesome. So
What's going on, guys? We are back. So we're just doing a break for the players. It is going to be going into the finals. So this is going to be the last game we have. And every box has been unique. If you're trying to have trouble starting out, like finding out what the commands these players are running, I would highly recommend doing like the Hack the Box starting point, which has just been revamped. So it's a very like introductory way. You go through, you can answer many questions about a machine or go back to the write-up that goes and does a pretty good job at explaining like the methodology behind that. Once you're comfortable with starting point, there's also Hack the Box Academy they can use to get started. There's a lot of free courses on the Hack the Box Academy, so definitely recommend checking that out.
I think a lot of the boxes that we've seen so far, they kind of get started with a web interface or web access, right? HTTP is the initial access vector. Is that pretty much all the machines that we end up seeing on Battlegrounds and Battlegrounds tournaments, or do you think that we're going to end up seeing any new variety or any new curveballs for this last one here?
Oh, we did see one curveball the last game where like MySQL they could connect and they used that to select load file to read. So that wasn't really a web vector.
Totally.
I think mainly players just go after web because web is what people expect. Like web's what you see in the bug bounty world. Almost every company has some type of web presence that's open to everyone. So that's why I think most people hone in on web, because we're not like the 1990s where we expose our internal infrastructure out to the internet.
Yeah.
Most people like, it's really weird. Like everything like up until this decade has been all about like securing the endpoint, putting everything in like an MPZ, doing DMZ, isolation. And now like the cloud has come. It's like, get all the data off our network. Like, wait, what? When did this change?
Yeah.
So that's always fun.
Everything is turned into some web application, some web interface. And I mean, as we see between OWASP, between like what, the top 10, there are still so many potential attack surfaces there. Like vulnerabilities you could end up working with if you needed that vector. What you've got the potential for command injection, right? We've seen PHP and its deserialization vulnerabilities, the numerous weird things it can do with cookies and scientific notation, just random weird stuff, local file inclusion, cross-site scripting, server-side request forgery. That list goes on and on. So
yeah, and I think one of the things I like most about doing these Battlegrounds tournaments is most of these exploits haven't been that complex, and you can see even like the good people are struggling with it. Like when I go do a box for the first time, I'm sure John's in the same boat. It doesn't always work the first time, and there's a lot of struggling, even on the easy machines and things like that. Like, just because it's labeled easy doesn't mean you should expect to be able to do it first try, blind, things like that.
Just an update, guys. We will go for a rematch because zero flags have been submitted. So therefore, we will go for a rematch in between those that we had.
Between Chum and Enox?
Yep.
Oh, I thought they did.
Alrighty.
I'm going to inform them now also, and we will be ready for a rematch.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Oh, we're watching. No, I don't know what we're watching, but we're going. No, I'm curious. As soon as we get in the game, what do you think is going to happen? Do you think someone's going to go in and harden MySQL, or do you think they're going to go straight in and try to connect to the opposing team?
I think at least someone is going to run for that first flag and go for that offense, connect to MySQL as quick as they can and try and pull that. Maybe they're scripting it right now.
Yeah.
if they once they know we're going for the rematch, all right, that's a one risk and reward we could go after. So.
I would also have that Metasploit handler ready to go.
Totally, I've
Like,
definitely agreed.
It's possible that the reverse shell wasn't working because it was hardened. Like oftentimes, like we saw the Metasploit script saying login failed, right? But exploit writers aren't the best at writing error conditions. So it could have just said, hey, if we don't get a shell, just assume the error, like we couldn't log in. Because in my test environment, that's when it didn't work. So that's the only error message I display. So it's possible like it was logging in, it just failed to upload the shell because of some hardening done. So that's why like have this ready to go, set that vhost, set that IP, just as soon as it goes, hit R and hope for the best.
With that said, do you do much of the Metasploit RC files, or hey, the quick like we script and get all those commands already hand jammed in?
I honestly do not. It's one of the things I
Yeah.
want to do, but generally I do like global sets.
Nice. Set
So
G.
it remembers the option between switching between scripts.
Yep, that's a good one. I use that in a lot of videos, and people are like, "What the heck is that? What is that set G thing?"
Yeah.
So if folks don't know, that's incredibly handy.
Especially with like fields like lhost, right?
Yep,
Like,
totally.
Nothing's worse than doing
Set
like
G LHost ton 0.
I don't know. I think it's fixed now, but I swear, and I've gone back in videos and watched. Sometimes you like would set lhost and it wouldn't set.
Yes, I have seen that as well, and it's frustrating.
I remember I used to be in the habit, like, I forget what video it was, but like, I'm going to set this lhost to ton 0, and I'm going to do it again to really tell Metasploit I want to listen on this interface, because for some reason the first time did not always work.
What else is the new hotness? What are you playing with other than Metasploit? I know you've always been a good proponent of Metasploit because it's reliable, but are you playing with any other cool C2 stuff? Are you Mythic? Are you Covenant? Are you?
I generally, if I'm using like a C2 other than Metasploit, I'll just write my own. Most of my C2s generally aren't too complex because you really just want some way to log and do command injection and some type of process injection. So you don't have to make it extremely complex, so you can have more of quote-unquote throwaway C2s. Because the main reason I'm using it is to bypass some type of AV. And the best way to bypass AV is, number one, don't be too complex. The more things you introduce, the more like signatures for your binary there are. And number two,
roll your own, right?
Yeah, like make it so they haven't seen it before. So if all you can do is like, oh, I'm going to go to this website, going to go grab text and execute, like it's easy just to focus on that function.
Mm-hmm.
And then do something so like I can load other things. So once I get my initial payload with mine, I can go and load Metasploit this way because I have direct access to memory and I know EDR of antivirus won't look at it this way. And I can just go on my day using Metasploit or something like that that has all those features I want.
Yep. Metasploit is comfortable. When I feel like when you get to a point, hey, I can just safely load up Metasploit, cool, the home stretch.
Yeah, and now Meterpreter is compilable on Linux, so it's super easy to write sed scripts to obfuscate.
It's awesome.
So right now we are just waiting on the game to start, I believe. Have we given the players the codes, Ronar?
It is the same code, and I think they will be streaming soon.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Oh, they're streaming already.
Well, they're streaming the screen, but the game is not launched yet, I don't think. Waiting on the VPN to come up.
But looking at my donut in his screen, and he's watching us. I was like, oh, this is meta.
Inception. It'll be you from 5 minutes ago too.
Exactly. I'm time travel again. All right, who we feeling? Charm, Enox. It's anyone's game.
Yeah, I honestly have no idea. My gut tells me Enox, but Charm could easily take it.
I see Charm already clearing out the known hosts file. They're getting ready. They're getting staged. All set up.
Curiously, we don't see... We can go over to their screens real quick. We don't really... Oh, wait. I think the game just started. Yeah, the game has just started. So perfect time.
Alrighty.
Let me change the time.
Awesome.
So the script countdown up there will be fixed in probably 20 seconds. But we are going, and I am looking at Enox's screen. It looks like he's going straight for hardening. Are you looking at the other screen? What is he up to? Let's go to Charm.
Charm was also going straight for targeting. I look like he jumped into Sudors to try and clear some things up.
Yep. Wait, is he submitting this flag now? He is logging in with MySQL.
Moving as quick as they can. They know time is of the essence right here.
Yep, and we don't see him running that Metasploit script, so I'm kind of surprised by that. I thought he would
Yeah, just
quickly
gonna bail.
go and try that exploit out and hope for the best.
I have to think he's very hesitant on that now. Like, hey, I don't trust that anymore. Maybe it was because maybe it wasn't working because of hardening. Maybe it just didn't behave.
Yeah.
Maybe he's gonna move on.
So here he's trying to log in with the password of very secure password. And this is just a MySQL command. So after he does this, he's going to be trying to probably select the flag. On his box, maybe he's looking for the flag file now. We see it in the bottom left pane, what he's doing. Running MySQL on his box. I think the other thing I would be doing is doing a user dump again and seeing what hashes changed. Are these hashes static or dynamic? Because if they have different hashes, I know I don't have to crack it. But if the hashes are the same or only one users are the same, that's going to be the password I know it gets reused. So here he goes. He's grabbing that. So the username is legacy admin and the password is password 2 very secure password.
That's a good one.
So now he's going to try logging in legacy admin -p. And I wonder if 101 is him or the remote host.
I'm not sure, but he's certainly juggling in the clipboard.
He's trying to do it from both.
Yeah.
So I think he's looking like he tries it on both just in case there's some like weird firewall rule. So he's trying it from 2 different IPs, I believe. But it's just hanging. So something is not going right with that. Let's go over to Enox, see exactly what Enox is doing. And we have him trying that Python script. This is the one that kept erroring, I believe. And he's got no module LXML, which is libxml for Python, trying to install it with pip, but there's no pip on his thing. So now he's got to update apt and
Oh yeah, this is going to take some time. I try whenever I can to do a Python tac m pip. Maybe that'll be a little bit more accessible, but still, now don't have those updates that you need.
Yeah, so it looks like he created a VM specifically for this event because pip's one of the things you almost always have installed. So losing some time trying to set up his thing to get his environment exactly how he wants it.
Dang.
And that's why I like switching to like Ansible, right? Some automation way to build something so you can always consistently have the same working environment. So when you want to be like, you know what, I'm going to blow away my OS, you have an Ansible script that builds it and it gets it how you want it right away. I think that's super important.
I didn't know you were into Ansible. That's awesome. I have a very good friend that is also, huge proponent of Ansible. I've always just been kind of a poor man with like stupid bash scripts, but there is a flag jumping in for me.
Yeah, he got a web shell on the box and he's submitting the first flag.
Did that exploit script work well for him? It looks like that didn't have any issues.
Yeah. And he's changing the IP address to send himself a shell. And he's using curl, so this is going to avoid any bad characters.
Nice.
And he's got a shell on this box. And he's using his thing to add a backdoor with the user. So every time he gets a shell as user, he runs a script that just does a bunch of things that a user can do. And sudo hacks me a sandwich. I don't know what that is.
I see the notion of some pseudo trolling. That looks like a pretty handy script.
Yeah. So now he's looking at like the cron. So he's saying what the cron jobs are.
Did anyone get a chance to Privesk in this last game? I don't know if...
I don't think anyone submitted flags last game.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So we definitely have Enoch submitting a flag. He's got 2 now.
Game is on.
And he's doing fine with -perm 4000, so he's looking for set UID binaries. I always like adding that -ls flag to my find, so it just shows me the permissions. It should only show the permissions he wants, but there's something just visually appealing about ls.
Yeah, much better than just kind of the stack of binaries that are hard to look through. I didn't see anything that stuck out. I didn't see any sore thumb in there for, hey, a potential set UID binary to abuse. Most of that looked pretty default in my mind.
Yep, and it looks like he is trying his best to harden it right now. He's back on his Defender tab. He's looking at Snoopy logs to see if anyone else has exploited, or maybe he's just looking for processes that are running on the box as a cron to try to exploit them. Let's go over to Charm's screen to see exactly what he is doing. And it looks like he's looking at set UID binaries on his own box as well. So both players are doing something. Churm is, I think, a bit more disorganized, I would say, than Enox. We can see Enox has separate panes for both his defense and attack, while Churm is taking the John approach, I think, of just put everything on the screen at once. Right?
Fire hose, yeah. He's got Metasploit just chilling, doing nothing in one of those. Yeah.
There's a lot of space that just isn't updating that much. He's going to be now logging in with Lola. The password was Hacker, as we found out from the last round. So he's going to log in with Hacker and try this file upload again. Keep in mind, when we saw him doing it last game, he had trouble with a Python script. Enox seems to have run that same Python script. So maybe it's how he copy and pasted it. Well, he got it from Searchbloit. He did Searchbloit-X to get that script. So I'm kind of curious what Enox had done to make that script work first try. Or maybe he spent time between these games to clean it up. So it looks like Charm is looking at the users. Oh, he did select 8 instead of star. He's forgetting to hit space. Shift. There he goes.
Nice. Those look like the same hashes that we saw last time.
He's looking at them. So he's adding the hashes back in. Let's go over to Enox's screen to see what Enox is up to. He had a low priv shell on the box, so he's still looking at how to priv-esque.
Ooh, bringing in some Metasploit.
Yep, he's getting Interpreter session. And I do like this. A lot of people stray away from Metasploit, but if you do Interpreter and look at PS-tree, it's a lot more quiet than web server to Python to Bash to various command, right?
Yeah, and you just have so much more power. Like, you still have the whole arsenal of the entire Metasploit framework behind you, when you might just be kind of bumping around in your reverse shell. But no, you've got plenty of modules to load in, other privilege escalation, post-exploitation you could try.
Yeah, and you have like built-in tunneling, just so many things that Metasploit would provide you. I think that's one of the things I don't like about like the new crowd of this whole anti-Metasploit approach that seems to be in a lot of people's mind. It's not about like handicapping yourself by not using the framework. It's more about use the framework and use it to learn, right?
Totally.
He's saying the L port. Let's see if he gets it. Wait, is he? No, he's just dub.
There we go. Got a stager.
Yep. So I wonder what the first Metasploit script he uses is. So he's saying this in the background.
He's running Interpreter on Linux. Ooh, good call. Let's see if that will work for him.
So I think this may be one that required like the GUI, right?
Ooh. Is it?
So tell it to run through this. And machine's not vulnerable. User's not in LP admin. So here
I've always thought.
Drop into a shell. Typing his Python command.
Yeah,
it's so much better being on this side.
Oh, he's got to be pissed. He's like, dang it. You could tell he's getting antsy. You could tell that he's in it. He's rushing.
I see snap.lxd, so LXD could be a priv-esque. He is just getting this flag. So he's going to go... maybe he's already submitted this flag, and that's why he's ignoring it. Run sudo-l. I want to see those options. Maybe he's running it on his defender's machine and knows that's not a vector. he is just waiting on this, looking at ports open.
Is there a strong and stable and reliable like privilege escalation checker script built into Metasploit that can be used on a Linux target? Because as you said, we haven't seen anyone run linps. We haven't seen anyone run linenum.
Yeah, there
he's got Metasploit on it.
There is a linpriv checker script, I think, built into Metasploit. And it looks like, what is he up to?
Bruh.
On session. So he keeps going back to that screen. I'm wondering what is on that terminal that he keeps trying to look at.
We have about 8 minutes left in the game, still running.
Yeah. And the score is 200-200 right now, but I think Enox has submitted the flags first. So
we're going to get into another infinite game scenario. Yeah, another draw, right?
So here he is on his defender box. He found the reverse shell. I'm curious if he spends the time to try to clean it up, or he's just like, okay, now this is a race to privesc. So he tried sudo-l, requires a password, so he can't find out. Let's see, the pwn meow user can use Vim.
That would be huge. It has the TAC version appended to it, though, so I wonder if it dies.
So let's go over to Charm screen, because I think he has a shell too, or maybe he just read the flag. I think he just got the flag. So now he's doing a script command to execute a proper shell. So if you don't know, like, script is the other thing that you can use. You don't have to use that Python trick. The script-qc bash devnull also works. So now he is on Enox's box doing a PS to look, and all that output is truncated because he doesn't have his TTY properly set up for the rows and columns. You have to run like STTY-A to get his max shell size. Oh, nope, there it goes. So he can see himself. So he can see his own reverse shell. You can see the PHP executing Python, executing a shell, executing script, executing SH, executing bash, then PS. And now he's going into pwn meow's directory. From Enox, we knew that pwn meow could run a sudo. So now he is trying to cat the SSH key for pwn meow to see if he can SSH in as him. He could not read ID_RSA, so he's reading the public key now. And I'm curious how he gets over to this pwn meow user. That is his goal right now.
Yeah, that public key is not going to help him much, but it's a bummer we can't read that private key.
There's no bash history, so can't do that. I think the next logical step would be doing a PS, looking for all the processes pwn meow is running, and trying to execute into that. He's going into HTML. So it's possible pwn meow is running a like web server of his own. So having a web shell on this, he may be able to switch to like the management, and then from management drop a PHP file and execute. But it doesn't look like he's trying that. He's trying to SU. So he's looking for passwords on the box now. So he's probably trying all the passwords he tried, like hacker and whatever other password was set.
But no dice. Nothing coming through just yet. Still scraping at straws here. Looks like he's digging through as much as he can.
Yep,
Ooh, a
he sees
MongoDB user.
Meow is a MongoDB user.
Stuck in the environment variable, or the environment file. That's going to be super handy. There it is.
And I wonder if that's just the pass or that's like an MD5 sum. And
he's got it.
He's got it. He should now be able to run sudo. He's logging in, so taking notes as he goes.
I don't know if Vim is going to let him get that privesc, if Vim won't invoke with that attack version, but we'll see. Can he get any read access for files? He's got one flag on the way.
So he's going to sudo-l. He can run Vim on the dash
version handicaps him.
See, I wonder what he can do to bypass this. I
am at a wall here. I wouldn't know what to try that.
Yeah, so it looks like this has stopped him. So again, it's down to how can we bypass something with -- version? Or maybe run linpeas and try other vectors on this box.
Yeah, we gotta hope there's got to be some other avenue, because version is really gonna put that blockade in front of him.
So here he goes. He's going to run linpeas. We're finally going to see linpeas in action. He's
Good
got
choice.
4 minutes left.
All right, he's got this. What is that now? 300 on the scoreboard?
Yep. Oh, come on, execute it.
Yeah. He control seat out, and I wonder why.
Oh, he's checking if he can write to...
SSH key?
Yeah, maybe he can just write to this file. Ooh. Oh, he's getting a proper shell to pwn meow. So he's SSHing in.
Okay.
So now he's got a proper shell. Yeah, but he's going to run linpeas now. So temp, linpeas, there he goes.
Good call. Dragging that up, making some space.
And while linpeas runs, maybe he's going to go look for some set UID binaries manually. Not sure.
Oh, checking capabilities.
That's a good hidden one.
That is.
Let's see capabilities. Doesn't look like there's anything unique.
Yeah, nothing useful there. Linpeas has got a lot of output, but now it's a matter of digging through it, trying to see if there's anything actually usable.
Set. Don't see anything, and the score currently is 500 for Enox, 300 for Charm. We are looking at Charm screen right now. So if the game ended,
Goodness, Enox coming back. Dropping another flag in. Oh, he must feel bad. Oh, late to the punch on. Damn, that could cost the game right there.
That brings up to 500 points, so that is tough. Again, just looking for ways. I'm going to go over to Enox's stream to see exactly what he is doing. We don't see any quick wins from
Maybe
that.
he's root.
Enox running still through his interpreter. I wonder what that URL encode is.
Yeah, Snoop Rock as a user of a database. Is that a password for the database? He's flailing his mouse around like, what is happening?
So I think the password, I think he just copied that like string of text, but the password itself may be that text URL encoded. Or I wonder if the password is included with that PHP thing. I think he's sending the password wrong. And it looks like the game may be ending. Or maybe it ended.
Last couple seconds.
Let's see. We got, about 10 seconds left. So it looks like, I think Charm may have won.
Yeah, shutting down. Wow.
In the last second, I think he got the root flag. Team 2 victory.
Do we have a winner?
Charm.
Oh my God, that's so amazing! So that means we go finally to the finals.
Yes.
Oh my. Okay, let me.
I'm so curious what that Privesk was.
Yeah. I guess we'll have to play the Battlegrounds free after this because these machines go into the retired pool. So after these games, if you want to play Battlegrounds, now would be a good time because you get to play the games that we're seeing on stream right now, or the boxes, I should say.
So Charm won, right?
Yes. Who won the other one between Donut and Triple Threat?
So we have Donut versus Charm. I have seen that before.
Ooh,
Okay.
but in the running.
Should we give them a break? For sure, Charm will want a 5 minute break, and maybe you guys.
Yeah, we should do a 5-minute break.
Okay. I'm sending you
What is going on? What is going on, guys? It's been a long day. I think we've been streaming for 4 hours now, but we're about to start the final match between, I think it was My Donut and Charm.
Yeah, this is the one. This is the
Exactly.
final round.
And what does the winner of this match get, Sodi?
Oh my God. The winner, the grand winner wins 2,000 UK pounds, dollars. They get 100. Oh, John. They get 100 HTB Swagard. They get a subscription to Sneak product for a year. And they get an interview with Sneak at their own stream. So Sneak is like basically like Grammarly for code. It's amazing, actually. I know at my pen test days I use it a lot, so I think it's really cool. And I think everyone's going to love it. Yeah, the whole prize pool this time, I think it was about 10 or 11 UK pound, 10,000. So yeah, we kind of went out there again.
That's awesome.
And the second place got something for just qualifying to the finals, right?
Of course, they get 1,000 UK pounds cash and HTB card, HTB swag card of 100 pounds. So they get a lot still.
Yeah. I would not be complaining for 1,000 pounds first thing in the morning. Well, I guess it's not morning for them if they're not in the US. Time zones are finicky.
Yeah. John, how you feel that you woke up at 4 a.m.? What time is it over there now?
Oh, well, I guess over here, yeah. What time is it? I guess it's 9 o'clock now. But I'm having a ton of fun. Like, I know, hey, it's an early morning. I know it's maybe late for some of us, but sure, 2,000 pounds, 1,000 pounds. Like, congratulations to all those in the running. And if you win or not, like, I hope there's still so much learning, so many new tricks, so many new tips, so many new tools. I think this has been awesome all around.
So let's try a quick trivia, Tron.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what it is. We're going to search, or Sodi will tell us. 1,000 pounds to USD. What do you think it is? I know like
there's like
1850. 1,000 to US. 1350 I got.
Yeah, I know there's a 3 in there. I know that it goes from 1 and then a 3. And I would think another... Is it going to be Leet? Is it 1333?
That would be awesome.
Which, yeah.
Let's see. What is that?
So I'm going to give now the codes.
1374.
Ooh, super close.
If you wanted a price of right, man, you would just guess like 1351. That would have been the CTF thing to do.
Yeah. Just $1 more. Well, I'm super excited. I know the last couple games have been nail biters. We're going to be on the edge of our seat.
Yeah,
and,
I did not expect
takes home the prize.
So many tiebreakers.
Yeah, we've had rematch after rematch. Tons of fun. Those players have to be
fun. If I feel like that, I feel so stressed for them, and
yeah.
I don't know how they feel. Like, it must be very good. So I think that justify the prizes, and I think next time we should have even more prizes because the guys are good, doing a next level good job. Like, it's insane what they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing's worse than like the last 5 seconds, it being probably the last like minute. Oh, we're tied. If he submits one thing, like I lose out on whatever the prize difference is between where I'm at now and where it is. I think like 800 pounds. Like, to be seconds away and be like, oh, wait, it's just tied? We do this again? Like, it's crazy. It's a lot of countdowns, but there's only one more countdown left, hopefully, and that is the final one.
Let's do it. Heck yeah.
And unfortunately, like DMCA and Twitch, we can't play the song. But
yeah, I would love to. We can sing. We can sing the final countdown.
That wouldn't be good for anyone. You can sing.
View count drops.
That actually may increase the view count. I don't know.
It might.
That may be the trademark thing. Like,
put it on
everyone
Twitter.
wants to see.
John Hammond and IppSec doing a duet for the final countdown.
Well, it can be Ed Sheeran and IppSec. There you go. This is how you get the viewers.
And the game looks like it is in the starting. So
Yep.
3, 8, 9, 8.
Head to head. Excellent. How's everyone doing in the chat? Everyone hyped up. Everyone. You can start a twit. You can start a hype train in Twitch, can you not? Yeah.
The hype train will start in T minus 5 seconds. Or not 5 seconds, 5 minutes. There we go. So once the game starts, we will hop over to their screen. And it looks like both players are just taking a break right now while they wait for the game to load. At least my donut is. Let's see what Charm's doing. Yeah, both players pretty much just taking a break. They've cleared out their known host file, so they can get right in. And what do you think, John? Going into the finals, how much time do you spend hardening until you go on the offensive?
It's really hard because you got the time constraint, right? I would take maybe 30 seconds, maybe a minute. I'd hope I'd have as much stuff staged out, and if I could, scripted to hey, maybe automate what I can. But I wouldn't want to spend more than 2 minutes even on hardening. I really think now would be the time to go on the offensive. So,
Yeah.
what say you?
I don't know. I think I'd try to metagame it.
Yeah.
And not do any initial hardening. I do the offensive for the first 45, 60 seconds and then go on the defense. My logic is I assume my opponent is going to defend first, right? So if I'm thinking my opponent is defending, I'd probably go on the attack because I know he's not attacking me and quickly defend. So maybe I would set up a TCP dump to look at port 80 and wait for traffic from my opponent. So I know when he switches and goes on the offensive, right?
Yeah. And that TCP dump is going to make it all see it right in the terminal. Here's a visual notifier. We're moving. It's time to go.
Yeah. I think that would be what I do is make sure go on the defensive when I see my opponent go on the offensive and try to get a quick win.
Who do you think guys will win now? I think it will be a very intense game, right?
Yeah, I have no idea. I think I predicted my donut at the start of this game, or maybe I'm trying to think who all was in it.
I think, yes, because I thought I saw what you were writing in the chat. I think it was my donut, but I'm not sure.
In the AMA yesterday, you dropped a quick note you know what, my donut.
Yeah,
exactly. So
he's going to be in the run.
IppSec, I think he has your blessings, maybe that. Can you say that Sauti to win 1,000 UK pounds and I win them also?
What, Sodi won 1K pound or 2K? She won all the
Whatever
pounds.
you give me, it's okay.
Let's see. We're just waiting for this game. It is deploying the mission right now. And as soon as I hit transition, it will start my countdown. So I don't want to show this screen. Try to get the countdown as close as possible. The one thing I've disliked about watching those screens is how many people have terminal transparency. That's one of my biggest pet peeves, I think. I absolutely hate terminal transparency.
Or anti-terminal transparency?
Yes. I draw very few lines, but that is one line I draw. And I think the game may have started.
Dive in.
Let's see.
I see him cruising.
I'm on Charm screen.
As am I.
So we see him logging in. He's going to go in the sudo. And is he going to add tac version to SQLite -- help?
Double up.
So this has been one of the learning things is the benefit of the help and version flags trumping everything else is if you add it, the program's going to see it and then not go down any other code execution paths. I love it.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
So I'm going to switch over to my donut and see what he is doing. I see him in debug. I think he's going in the offensive.
Go
Child
right
process
after it.
exec, yeah. My donut switching straight to the offensive, I think. I'm not even sure if he
Wow.
defended at all. So again, maybe you're right. Going on the offenses first.
Require child process exec. So we're seeing some Node. Yep, Node.js here. Okay. Up in the ante from when we've seen PHP so far.
Yeah. I'm curious what he did to get to this debug prompt first. This is a bit weird. He's got like a low priv shell already. And this is a priv-esque?
Guess we will have to see.
So promise, run to start the app again. So again, trying to figure out that one command. And this is, if you watched any like CTF video, this is where me or John prep to make sure we know this child command correctly. But as you see, most people don't know it off the top of their head.
Yeah.
Let's see, there is... I saw a cron running, listening on 1, 2, 3, 4. That was unique. I wonder if that's something he put in the box.
DB.
So here we have him
Nope.
changing the secret of this. So it looks like he's hardening. So he probably got a low priv shell, and now he's changing the secret to his Node app.
Probably a good call.
And here's the user password.
Yeah.
Again, changing this as well.
I saw that is admin set to true.
That'd be another good one. Just get rid of all admin users on your web app. So now he's looking at the systemd services so we can restart the app. That's something I probably forget. I'd like change all the passwords and be like, you know what? I'm done. And without restarting, it doesn't actually take effect.
I would certainly do that too.
So again, he's trying to get this. He's in this debug shell. And I'm going to switch over to Charm briefly just to see what he's doing. Oh, he's also in the debug shell.
Okay.
So both players at the same spot. Neither have submitted flags, so this leads me to believe it's just listening on a port.
I would yeah.
And they keep trying this child process to get a reverse shell. We see him doing it as well with this require child. Neither of them are just trying to print the flag. And I wonder if the issue is the -E. Normally, like in a debug prompt, you wouldn't have an argument like that. So now he's going to try it with just the process spawn. He's got a single quote there first, which is probably going to break it.
Yeah.
So I'm curious if this child spawn works. It's Googling Node.js debug priv-esque. I think this is one of the first times I've seen someone going to Google in the tournament.
Wait till the last one, and that's when it all starts to count, right?
Yeah.
So, I see that example 3 that he had in that text document. It looks like has a giant chunk of the base 64. That's something that you can do with Node.js, and I'm trying to remember the name of that. Is that? It's not like its own deserialization thing, is it?
I have no idea. Looks like there is a Metasploit script. So again, Metasploit may be the quickest thing. Always test it out. So he's now going over. He's got Metasploit running, using that. Now he's got to set R host and L host. So ton 0. Our port was 443. Was that it?
I was going to say, is that on 443? That's odd.
Oh, L port. So
Maybe.
He's setting his local port. That was not remote.
Is that the same R port? Nope. 1234. Cron job, seemingly. Oh,
Something
443 is already
listening?
hosting. Must be his netcat listener.
Oh,
okay, there we go.
I think I saw a callback.
I saw sending a payload, but got an error.
Oh. Yeah.
Not what we were expecting here.
Setting verbose to true. I mean,
Trying
the
to get a
plus
little
side
more
is
info.
if he got this, it probably means it called back to him and just something errored. Let's go see. I want to see what he does here. And then I'll switch over to Donut real quick. Child process.
Ooh, all the escape sequences are gonna probably get in the way doing this interactively.
Yeah. I'm going to switch over to Donut screen to see exactly what he's doing. It looks like he has Linpy's output.
Oh yeah, is he already on this machine?
I think this is Linpy's. It's color coded like it is.
Yep, it is totally Limpy's.
We saw some cron with quick flags, so it looks like he is got some type of script running to send him the flags constantly. CLS. So yeah, he is Duke on this box. He's counting the credential DB. So he's going to do SQLite to dump it. Ooh, it's SQLite 3.
Ooh.
There he goes.
Nice. There are clearly passwords in there. Let's see if we can pull that all out here.
Select star.
Sam.
Sam, test 1, 2, 3, bang. I wonder if that's a different user on the box. So he's going to... Let's see.
That hash looks suspicious.
He's switching to hash Sam with that password. Does not work.
No.
I'm curious why he did the hash and not test 1, 2, 3, bang.
Yeah. As am I. He's already Duke, so what could that hash be?
Let's see. Looking at listening ports. And we're looking at My Donut, and Chum has also submitted a flag. So I think they both have a shell, or Chum just went for a read file. No, I think they both may have a shell. Spots. So they're both looking at this credentials.db file. And it looks like Charm is looking at the code around that uses it, maybe looking for some type of SQLite injection. Now he's going to copy the password. I'm curious if he tries it with Sam first. Oh no, he's trying the web app. So he's in some weird password manager. So this is listing on port 8000.
My Donut is trying to set the admin password to something that he can control within that SQLite file.
It's good. I'm guessing he was reading the code to see if this is like a plain text password it uses. It's some type of hash. What is the password?
Right.
And he's also back in this debugger. Run.
Okay, he's now
Switch over to My Donut and see what he's doing. He looks like he's trying each password.
He has reset Duke's password and clobbered them now. So I'm not sure what the intent is with this just yet.
Did you see if he made a backup before he changed it, or?
He did not make a backup, but he's taken note of the previous one.
Okay.
That was the simple pass 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. So now he's finding files. He's looking for set UID binaries with this, but I don't know if that worked. Or maybe it did. He did /4000. I'm used to saying -4000.
Yeah, I was thinking the same, but it did do the same.
So. Let's see. What is he doing?
Ooh, 100 and 200. My Donut with a point lead.
So this looks like... Oh, so this is probably the Battlegrounds checker script. So you're going to see all the files it's checking.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he's going to go start hurting the box now, or is he trying to reverse the checker script to see exactly what it does? It's a tough one. I think he's doing it on a different monitor. Maybe not. Cron tab -U. So looking at cron tab for different users. You can also look at like verspool directory. I think it's verspool cron tab. We see at reboot the debugger is ran. So this is probably what's that Node.js debugger thing.
Right.
And we have 8 minutes left, or 9 minutes left in this game with My Donut in the lead by 100 points.
Still anyone's game. Still plenty of time.
So looking over the LinP's output again for any quick wins. He's looking specifically at like looking for what password is stored in a file. See, I think he's looking for going back to the defensive, seeing if his opponents in his box were looking at My Donut, so his opponent would be Charm. So periodically just going back, looking at his blue pane to see what else is going on in the system. There are 2 users. I think he is Duke. He's trying to get over to Sam.
I don't think he's still tested that test 123 password yet, which worries me, but maybe that's unlikely. I don't know.
The other thing I'm not seeing people do is when they copy and paste a password into the prompt, they're not pasting it afterwards, so it's just masked. The thing that always gets me with Linux is like the 2 clipboards, right?
Right.
So like I may hit Shift Insert, and that's not the clipboard I think it is. I have to hit Control Shift Insert, or vice versa.
Oh yeah.
So he could have also copied it, but sent the wrong clipboard to the user. But when you do these timed events and it's stressful, like those are the things you forget. And then you talk to people after the event and you're like, oh crap.
And then it'll stick with you forever.
Yeah.
So
I'm going to switch over to Charm screen. See what he is up to. Still trying to exploit this debugger panel. So playing with the child process spawn.
Has not gotten a full shell yet then.
Let's see. Now he's just trying ping. So I think maybe what's going on here is the child process spawn may be expecting like argv to be sent correctly. So he's trying to send multiple arguments when it's only expecting a binary, right? I see that a lot with commands. Like the first parameter, it wants the binary name, and then it wants all the arguments in a separate argument next.
Yeah, as like a list or an array or something.
Yes. Yeah. So now he's just trying to exec who am I, because if he just gets the user, that would be good. But he's not getting anything back now.
No. Now it's
so I wonder if this
dying on
is something that his opponent, My Donut, hardened, because we saw him change some passwords, right? So I wonder if he changed the password to this debugger.
Service is still open. He's reconnected, and that
Yeah.
succeeds, but he hasn't ran the command yet again.
He's trying to listen on a port, but every port he's listening on his box is used. He's like, I got so many shells or netcat listeners open.
Yeah.
So he's now attempting curl with exec. Oh, did not error, but he did not get a callback.
No, didn't see it hit. Spawn orange dependency.
So it says it's spawning, so that's good. The other thing I'd try is like a witch curl and give it the full path. Maybe path isn't being set correctly. I think curl's at like user bin.
And I wonder what port is he listening on? I didn't catch it.
I think he was listening on 80.
Okay. I wanted to make sure those are still in sync there.
So this looks like a fancy node deserialization attack with that ND function.
Yeah. Still no callback. Trying it again.
And this is probably one of those simple things that you'd see me or John do, and we'd spend probably a minute doing in the video, and it's been 15 minutes now of him trying to play with this. And these players are probably quicker than us at doing these things.
Absolutely, without a doubt. But hey, it takes that persistence. It takes that determination and grit. Just keep messing with something.
Yep.
Something
Ooh.
will fall. And there it is.
So he was just trying all the examples and finally found one that works. So now he does the
Nice.
script QC so he can set his terminal pane correctly. Mistypes export, I think. Oh,
Whoops.
maybe it just didn't catch it. So now he's doing STTY, and he is in as, Duke. So this is Charm Screen. He gets that flag. Let's see what the first thing he does is with this. He's got to refresh the Battleground screen.
Oh, dang. Got to be able to submit that.
I think he set up his thing going through burp and everything's hung on his browser.
Oh, no.
And SQLite is using that -- version, so he won't be able to get away
perfect.
with the sudo rule. He's trying -- help, but nope. It looks like my donut has hardened the sudo rule. So he looks like the version of MySQL. And it is relatively recent. I haven't really recalled any like major binary exploitation things with SQLite, so that's probably no longer the vector. So he's got to find a different way to root.
Has he been able to submit that flag yet? That I want to make sure that goes in.
And he's downloading some exploit. I wonder if this is a kernel privs. This could be like an overlay FS, which is a relatively recent one on Ubuntu. I don't know if he did any enumeration. He's just downloading this exploit.
Yeah, it's worth a try. Hey, throw dirty cow, throw dirty sock, whatever works. I don't know.
Let's see. Run it. Is it going to work? Oh, this is
What are we doing?
He put it there.
Now we're back to SQLite 3. We're a little frantic, I think. Has he still submitted that flag yet?
I don't know.
Dang.
There he goes. He's running X.
Okay.
Ready?
Nope, nothing.
So let's go over to I was on.
Yeah, we'll bounce back to my donut if you'd like.
Yep. See what my donut's doing.
Charm looks like he's in a bind, so let's go see what else is happening.
Yep. Both players have that low priv flag. So I think the reason he didn't submit it, he probably got it before he got the reverse shell. So he didn't need to submit it.
Still looking for a Privesk, I think.
Yeah. Let's see.
Well, we are in the last 30 seconds of the game, I think.
Yep, my timer is wrong. We're 30 seconds away.
And my donut is in the lead with 500 points. Charm following just behind with 400. This might be the end.
Yep. So let's do a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and that is it. We will have my donut taking that.
Dang, congratulations.
And my donut won. That's
Congratulations.
amazing.
GG.
Wow.
GG.
Good job. Good
Wow.
job. Oh my God, that is amazing.
Another
Wow,
streak.
What a match today.
Yeah.
What a match. That's harsh. Let me speak with the player. I'm ready. I'm in the stream, Nick, or not yet?
Yeah, we can. You're on.
Okay, awesome. So that was an amazing match, guys. I think it was like next level. Yeah, I am going to ping now my donut in order to join the stream with us and do a little bit of a mini celebration.
Heck yeah. Wow. 2 tournaments in a row. What do you think? We got another tournament coming up, don't we? Is he going to go 3 for 3?
I don't know. He's also big on the UHC. I've seen him.
Oh, excellent. Excellent.
I think he's just a big CTF player.
Yeah, man, that's a one hardcore hacker. That's great. Well, a well-deserved win. Another W. Let's see if he's free. It's funny looking back in the chat. I know we're 5 minutes ahead of time, but it's so cool. People cheering on. Hey, come on, Charm. Go Donut. Go Charm.
Yeah.
Super cool.
So IDM, he is joining soon. Guys, what a match! What did you think? How is your experience for commentating this before in comparison with the previous tournament that we had?
What do you think, IppSec?
Good. I think it was a lot less stressful this time because we've done it once before. Minus the little glitch with forgetting to unmute. I'll always look at that.
Well, we'll edit it out post-production.
Yeah.
Well, I think it was more for me this stream. Although we did it, so I had faith, etc. Because yes, I was pinging IppSec. Will we do a demo? No, it's not needed. Will we do a demo? No, it's not needed. So, okay, now I trust him. I trust him either way because we are colleagues and we work together amazing. But we had this trust. But the thing with the ties today, when they asked us yesterday, what will happen if a tie? We said, we will see. It's not way possible to have a tie. We have done all these Battlegrounds tournaments when we never had a tie. And when I saw today, so many ties.
My heart.
Yeah, exactly. But I think it was amazing. It went pretty well. Everyone loved it. I think the comments saw that as well. But I have one suggestion, guys.
Yeah.
Are you ready to hear it? Okay.
Always.
So the people said, if you would be interested to do an IppSec vs John Hammond once. They literally said, Soti, Roadrunner, this is what we want next. Well, it's like, I don't know, a family battling or whatever. But what do you think, guys?
Not right now. John's not on his
Not
home
right
field.
now.
He's on his laptop.
No.
It's unfair. That's what I'm gonna say.
Okay, up, and we have him on board. Hello, my donut.
Hello.
Do you want to open also your camera to see you? If not, because you don't feel like it because of the stress of today.
Yeah, give me a sec, please.
Yes, of course.
Hey, congratulations.
Thank you.
Well
Oh my
done.
God, it was intense.
Yeah, for sure.
How's it feel? How's it feel to be done?
It's a good thing to be done. That was really intense, pretty stressful and everything. Whew.
I don't doubt it.
Okay, so how you will feel that you won 2,000 UK pounds, 100 HTB swag card, and swag from Sneak, an interview on Sneak, and access to the whole product.
Damn, that's a lot.
I know.
So much good stuff.
I mean, I was here for the fun, but that's an extra.
Yeah, it's a good perk, right?
So, why do you play Battlegrounds in general?
For the fun, honestly, that's really, really fun just to play against other people. And I love just making script for everything. So that's a lot of fun to do. And I mean, it's really fun to do competition and everything.
That's nice. And where are you located if you want to disclose your location?
I'm in Canada.
Oh, you're in
Nice.
Canada. Nice. Oh, it must be pretty cold over there right now.
Nah, it's not too cold. Not right now.
Okay, because at least I am based in Greece, and I have colleagues over there, and they told me that now it's 5 degrees Celsius or even less, and for us that is heavy winter. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. What do you do in your? Do you play Hack the Box or Battlegrounds every other day? Do you practice anything else? What do you do?
I do a lot of like the bugs recently, trying to do like all the weekly release, but they're pretty hard. And
Okay. Do you
that,
watch the IppSec videos every Saturday?
sorry, what?
The IppSec videos every Saturday.
Yeah, I'll would watch IppSec. That's a must.
So, how was this tournament different than your last one? If I remember correctly, you were in won the last one as well, the
Yeah, I did.
duo with
Yeah,
Sysmex.
but yeah. The difference was I didn't have a teammate, so that was pretty hard. And yeah, I mean it's a whole complete new game when you're in 1v1. Like it's really short, only 20 minutes. So
Which mode do you like better, 1v1 or 2 versus 2?
honestly, 2v2, I love like having a teammate and like just cooperating.
Awesome.
Did you miss Cymex today?
Yeah, not today. I mean we did. We texted a bit.
Okay. So, do you play together? What is? Do you have a team in HTB?
No, we're not in a team or anything. We just play Battleground.
Okay.
That's
And how
about
did
it.
you met?
So we kind of knew each other from like Try Like Me. We just knew each other from them. Like at one of the tournament, I didn't have a teammate and he didn't, so I asked him if they wanted to team up, and that's how it started.
That's always fun when like a pickup team wins the whole thing, and then
Heck yeah.
you just have friends after that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And what do you plan? What is now that you have won this grand prize? What is the thing that you're imagining you're going to do first?
Honestly, just get out. That's starting to be a long time I'm in front of the computer, so
Okay.
Awesome.
Yes, you need some time off. And
yeah.
so we have also a lot of people that were in the chat rooting for you, etc. Maybe you've seen that now. You're a hacker author. What would you like to say to the people that start now playing Battlegrounds or play hacking in general? They have started hacking.
Watch IppSec and John Hammond.
Okay.
That's the best tips.
Okay, best tip. Yeah. And I think we're done from here. I don't know if you, John, or IppSec, do you want to ask anything else?
Well, hey, no, I just wanted to say congratulations, man. Like that's a ton of work. That's been one game after the next. So I know you've been in it and that's been super stressful, but you did it.
Yeah, we did
Grand
it.
prize
Yeah,
and
thank
a
you.
whole lot of learning, a whole lot of fun. So I hope you had a blast, my friend.
Oh, I have a question before we close.
Yes.
Why you're called my donut?
Honestly, because in Canada we got Timbits like Tim Hortons. That's just I don't know. That's random, honestly.
Okay, fair. Good
I
point.
just want to say congratulations.
Yeah.
When
Thank you.
we saw the brackets yesterday, I was like, I don't know who's going to win. I'm going to put my money on my donut just because I
Damn,
remember
that
you
was-
from last time. I'm like, oh, wow, he's made it pretty far away.
Damn,
And
that's a
then you
good
won.
guess.
So
Okay. So congrats. Thank you very much for joining in here today.
Thank you for making this competition. That was amazing.
Yes. There are very much more amazing competitions that are loading. John IppSec, don't say anything.
Damn, nice.
Damn, I know. We prepare the best for the best. You will see.
So I think we're wrapping it up. So thank you, everyone, for joining us.
Thank you.
And take care.
Thanks so
Thank
much.
you. Bye. Thank you so much for everything.
Thank
So-
you.